allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, this morning give us patience, give us grace, give us strength to make the best decisions possible for the future of our town. Amen.
Amen.
This morning we have 2 CPDs, those are commercial plan developments, and 1 special exception and a review of our LPA guidelines. May I have an approval for the final agenda unless anybody wants to change something?
So moved.
Thank you, Jim.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Dunlap, second by Bone. Any objections? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next is an approval of the minutes for the meeting of October 22nd, 2024.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can you bring Don Suddeth into the meeting, please?
I don't know.
Controversy right from the start.
Could we have a motion, please, to accept Mr. Suddeth from a distance?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there any objection to that? Okay, Don, can you hear us? Yeah.
There he is.
Hi,
There you
Dawn.
are. Can you hear us, Don? Hello? Don?
It's not his normal looks.
No, it's not his normal look. Okay, Don, when you can hear us, say something. Yes, all right.
Okay.
Well, he's there. So in the meantime, we also have an excused absence for Doug. If I could have a motion to approve the minutes of October 22nd and October 29th, if there are no changes. Or if there are changes, tell me about them.
So moved.
Thank you, Jim.
Second.
Thank you, Jim. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe your minutes of October the 22nd has an item regarding voting for the chair and the vice chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, Nancy, and
And-
I meant to make a note of that.
That's okay.
So could you go ahead and explain that? Let's hold that. Can you withdraw your
I sure
motion for a
do.
moment? Thank you.
Withdraw.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, so as reflected in the minutes, we think we got it right, but we're not sure as far as the selection process for the chair and for the vice chair. But a couple of concerns were raised by some members of the public because at the time of voting, the video wasn't working. And for whatever reason, no disrespect to anybody that was trying to operate it, but you know how technology goes. So the public really wasn't aware of how the voting occurred. And for that reason, we wanted to go ahead and put that item on your agenda so you allow the vote to be taken for the selection of chair and for the vice chair position. And that way you're very transparent as far as your voting process. And then we could, you could approve the October 22nd minutes if you choose, but that shows what we thought the vote was, which may or may not be accurate. The other concern that was raised was, Jane, you were selected to, it appears that you were selected to be vice chair, however, you were not present at that meeting. And so we were trying to move very quickly through the agenda, and there was an assumption that you were okay with that, but you may not be. So again, that's an additional reason why we want to make sure that that we do this again and we do it correctly. And then once your procedural rules come into play, you can clarify that, you know, how the process will work. And if you've been watching the town council meetings, you know that we are working on their voting process again as well. And the reason for it is transparency to the public. We want the public to know everything that transpires up here.
Do you know if Don's picking up on any of this?
That's what I'm waiting to see too.
Concerned he's not getting to hear the precursors.
Don? Don Suddeth? Don? Who's that back there?
Nicole?
Nicole? Do you know if Don is with us or not? Don, can you hear us? It's clear he cannot.
You want me to call him?
Yes, would you please? Let's just wait 1 minute, okay?
Sure.
So, but Nancy, let me just ask you, so we're going to act as if that vote did not take place, and we're going to have a do-over.
Yes.
Okay,
And then if we need to correct the minutes to be consistent with your
Okay.
do-over, then we'll do that.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to pause
Got
just
it.
for a moment.
got it.
So there should be a motion to nominate, there should be a second, there should be discussion. If there are any others who are interested in the position, I don't know that that opportunity was really provided.
Okay,
And then a vote.
okay,
And
let's,
then,
let's wait until we have Dawn online.
I'm gonna call her real quick too.
Sorry, folks.
Hopefully he answers.
there he is.
Don, this is Amy. I'm in the meeting and I'm gonna put you on speaker till we can get you over Zoom. Okay, I have him by speaker now.
Dawn, you can hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay,
you.
very good. So there was a glitch with the,
Voting.
I'm sorry?
With
With
the
the voting, at the meeting of the 22nd for chair and vice chair. And so we're having a redo, okay?
Okay.
And
And-
that's to make sure, I'm sorry,
No, not
Madam
at all.
Chair, that's to make sure that the minutes are accurate, the minutes of October the 22nd. So we took a pause on the approval of those.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we need a nomination,
Correct, for chair.
okay?
I nominate Anita as chair.
Do you accept?
I do accept. Are there any other nominations? Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you have to, you don't have to second nominations. But, okay, there's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
We'll
I-
put that in the
Friends?
rules.
Okay,
I nominate Jane as vice chair.
okay. Are there any other nominations?
What does she accept?
Oh, Jane, do you accept?
I'll accept the nomination.
Are there any other nominations? No other nominations?
Is there a second?
Okay, or is there a second for Jane?
I'll second.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so now it's very clear.
So all we would do is just amend the minutes to make maybe with an asterisk that it was clarified at this meeting that Jane did accept the nomination and the selection remains.
Okay, very good. So now we can approve the minutes of the 22nd.
I make a
And-
motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Second?
Any objection to that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any motion to accept the minutes for the meeting of the 29th? I'll make a motion to approve the meeting of the 29th. Is there a second?
Second?
Any objection? Hearing no objection, the minutes are complete and passed. Okay, so we'll move on to public comment. The next item on the agenda is public comment for any item that is not on the agenda. So this is, you want to comment on whatever, but not on a case. Is there anyone who has any comment to make at the beginning? Seeing none, we'll move on to our first public hearing. In our first hearing, Nancy, do you want to do your script? Is a special exception for the Kahlua Beach Club.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the special exception is quasi-judicial. Florida law has determined that it is quasi-judicial in nature. Property rights are at stake. And this requires that our public hearing comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code for quasi-judicial proceedings. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they will be a little bit more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And the basic standards of due process that require certain noticing, application of the correct standards, and decisions that are made on competent and substantial evidence that is presented to you in the form of written documents or oral testimony. So once the evidence is presented, you will evaluate the testimony and the information, And then you'll draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on personal information. So members of the public and those in the audience, if you do intend to speak, please keep these comments in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in. Members of the LPA, in the event that you choose to make a recommendation of denial, I ask that you state on the record the basis for the denial so that the property owner has a clear understanding of your concerns. And for purposes of efficiency, I know that this has only been read in the context of the special exception. We do have 2 rezonings also that are also quasi-judicial. So my comments would apply to those as well.
Great.
So for this reason, I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk, have the 3 items that are on the agenda today been properly advertised or noticed?
They have been noticed.
Okay, very good. And also, disclosure of any conflicts. So I would ask members of the LPA, if any of you have a conflict with any of the 3 items that are before you today, this would be the appropriate time to disclose that so we can ascertain if we do have a quorum present
Dawn,
for.
do you have any conflicts? Jim, any conflict?
None.
Jane?
No conflicts.
Jim?
None.
John?
None.
I have none.
I got a text from Don saying the connection is terrible, but if they fix the Zoom soon, it'll be okay. Very garbled voices.
Okay.
And I have no conflicts. I
Thank-
can hear Jane great. I could not hear Nancy very well at all.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Don. Okay, so
If that was closer to
can we,
Can you move that closer to Anita?
okay, Don, you're here by me now. Good luck,
Awesome.
good luck with that. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for being so excited about it.
So.
Okay.
Tomatoes that'll hit me with.
Right.
So, Madam
Okay.
Chair, this would be an appropriate time to go ahead and swear in any witnesses that are intending to testify today.
On all 3 cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's have an all swear. Anyone who is going to testify today, whether in public comment or testify as part of a presentation, if you're gonna speak about any of the 3 cases that are on our agenda, if you will, please stand to be sworn in. If you don't stand now, you'll have to be sworn in all by yourself later. So just in case, I saw you hesitating. You know, it's always best just to go ahead and do it. All right, raise your right hands, please.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, everybody's been
Thank you all
sworn.
very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Nancy?
Okay, so we can begin the public hearings on each item. Madam Chair, I would ask, however, after the ex parte disclosure, that we identify any experts that will be providing testimony.
Certainly will.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Don, do you have any ex parte for the Kahlua Beach Club?
No, I do not.
Do you want
Okay.
to read the title?
I will. Okay, let me
So-
just first, since I got the ex
Okay.
parte. Jim, do you have any ex
None.
parte? Jane?
None.
Jim?
None.
John?
None.
And I have none. And I'll read the title for the Kahlua Beach Club Special Exception. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying Special Exception SEZ 202-40194 to allow the restoration of a pool deck, 2 cheeky huts, shuffleboard area, and fence in the EC zoning district as authorized by section 6-36 of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for property located at 4950 and 4952 Estero Boulevard, providing for Scrivener's error, severability, and an effective date. Who is going to be, are there any experts who are going to, Jim, you've already been accepted as an expert by the town of Fort Myers Beach. Is there anyone else who's going to be, Albert, you also have been accepted as an expert by the town of Fort Myers Beach. Is there anyone else? No? Okay, then, we'll have our staff presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. We on?
Good morning, Judith.
Good morning. Judith Frankel, Principal Planner, Town of Fort Myers Beach. This is a special exception, as you said, for restoration of a swimming pool, shuffleboard area, 2 chicky huts, a paver pool deck, and fences along the existing seawall portions, which are all either wholly or partially in the environmentally critical zoning district. They're asking to be restored to pre-Hurricane Ian conditions. The applicant is here, and as we've discussed with the town attorney previously, we're gonna let the applicant come up and say what they would like to do, what they would like to present on the topic, and then I'll return to go over the criteria in the code for making a determination and what conditions the staff recommends.
Thank you very much, Judith. Any questions for Judith before we have the applicant? Thank you. Mr. Ink? Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you find a place to park?
Yeah, I get here early.
Okay.
This morning, I found out that flash drives are not permitted to load up PowerPoints.
Jim, will you say your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not a
James
problem.
Inc. for the record, Inc. Engineering. I've been previously sworn in as an expert in planning and civil engineering and wish to do so now.
Thank you very much, Jim.
As I said, flash drive, I don't know, it doesn't look like it was loaded up, but being old school, I brought copies. Oh, there it is. If you would pass that out. I always bring copies in case technology messes up.
Thank you very much.
What we're here this morning is to talk about is a special exception at Kalua Beach Club. As you know, this is Mid-Island, 4950 Estero Boulevard. And it is pre-town construction. And it had a pool that encroached across the environmental critical future land use and zoning district of what's there. Our team members, the owner developers, Kalua Beach Club Condominium Timeshare. Planning and engineering is done by Inc. Engineering, myself. Architecture, Studio AD, Albert D'Ambrose, who's here for questions if we need them. And construction is EnviroStruct, that is underway with some permitted activities. What this request would do is the restoration of pool deck facilities to pre-Hurricane Ian conditions with minimum code changes, which includes some pool dimensions, adjustments that's required since the pool was quite old, and relocation of the pool equipment in a more location that is back a little farther inland with consolidated with the hot tub and such, which I will show you in a moment. What this does is it allows the facility to put their recreational facilities back to what they were before Hurricane Ian. The area plan, as I said, it was at 4950 Estero. It's about 3/4 of an acre. Mixed use residential for 2/3, 1/3 is in recreational future land use. The zoning district, again, is multifamily, environmental critical for a small portion of the seaward area. The current use is timeshare. We do have a development order that's in process pending the outcome of this special exception. We have a repair building permit that has been issued. There is a pending pool permit pending special exception. And there is a coastal construction line permit from DEP that is pending this hearing, which then allow the town to issue the setback verification letter, which then allows the issuance of the coastal construction line work for work that is there. So everything is in process and we're at the critical part right now. Future land use, as you see, mixed residential, up and down the beach, consistent with the multifamily use that is there. The master site plan, there's some restoration that's going on. There's the building, and you can see the gray area. There is an existing seawall. That existing seawall is there. The existing seawall is still functional, and it's going to stay. So there is the pool. There is 2 chickee huts that were there that we're going to hopefully put back again. You can see the line of the EC line runs in the left third of the pool. So 2/3 of the pool is in environmental critical and 1/3 is not. Same for the chickee huts. 2/3 of the chickee hut are in environmental critical and 1/3 is not. Here's a little more close-up view, and it shows a pre-Ian picture that shows the pool and shows the chickee hut of pre-Ian conditions of what is there. The proposed, what we've done on the northwest chickee hut is L-shaped right now in the pre-condition picture that you see. We're proposing, since we are, on the next slide, it shows the pool equipment used to sit right there. We're moving the pool equipment back on the side of the building with the hot tub pool equipment consolidated. New equipment doesn't take up as much space, so we can consolidate it. And we're looking for efficiency to just build a more rectangular, similar chickee hut in that spot. Pre-in condition, this just shows the barbecue area, which is outside the EC district, but it is just showing that we're not doing anything different. We're putting back everything exactly the same as what it was, with just these minor dimensional changes of the pool and the chickee hut. Conditions, I know Judith says she's gonna get up and run through the conditions, but we have read them, we're okay with them. We'll let her go through them, so I'll just skip over that for this point. So, to just summarize, the request is a special exception for the restoration of the swimming pool, shuffleboard, 2 chickee huts, the pool paver deck behind the existing seawall that's already there, installing the fence that used to be on top of the seawall back exactly the same as what it was, which are in the EC zoning district. I mean, it's very straightforward, it's just very simple look. I don't think it's real complicated. We're just doing what the land development code allows us to do and what we have to do to put it back the way it was before Hurricane Ian.
Thank
So
you
with
very
that,
much, Jim.
Questions?
Okay. Don, do you have any questions for Jim?
I do not, thank you.
How about you, Jim?
None here, thank you.
Jane?
I'm okay.
Jim?
No question.
John?
I'd just like a clarification on why some of the dimensions have changed a little bit. I know you put it out there.
The swimming pool dimensions changed a little bit due to current code. The pool was built 30 years ago,
Yeah.
40 years ago, so it changed a little bit. And then the chickee hut, as you can see from the picture that's still up there, was L-shaped to go around the pool equipment. We moved the pool equipment back to the north side of the building, next to and included with the pool equipment that was already there for the hot tub. So it just allowed us to build a more efficient rectangular structure, which hopefully is less expensive than building an L-shaped structure, but it's still similar size, similar square footage.
Great, thank you so much.
Jim, what's the timeline for Kahlua? I've had lots of people ask me that.
We're late.
Well, okay, you're late. I'm talking about the future. When do you see families back at the Kahlua Beach Club?
I would say we've gotta still get through the state with the co-construction, and then they still gotta build it, so we're still quite a few months away, 5-6 months.
But months away, not years away.
Months away, not years away. The management is very anxious to get people back in there. It's just a matter of getting through the process.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions. Thank you very much, Jim. Jim, did you have anybody else that wanted to say anything, or is
No, I
that
don't
good?
think so.
Thank you very much. Judith?
So in considering an application for special exception, we look to Land Development Code Section 34-88B, which sets forth the required findings and conclusions for approval. So the first is whether there exists a change or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. In this case, the recreation elements were damaged and destroyed during Hurricane Ian, and construction in the environmentally critical zone is likely to be damaged by storm surge in the future. Well, without this repair, it would continue to be damaged. The second point, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent of the comprehensive plan. Staff review that it is in compliance consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically policy 5D1. Development other than minor structures shall not be allowed seaward of the 1978 CCCL line. It may be permitted, however, provided it complies with the comprehensive plan and state and local permitting. So this will go through the state permitting process as well. The proposed work scope for the special exception is to restore the recreation elements to the pre-hurricane conditions with just slight modifications. The Chickee, we estimated about 50 square feet additional to what was there, and the pool is something like 114 square feet additional, just to make it a more usable design, so very slight modifications there. Point 3, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards. It will, of course, have to meet all current building codes and state and federal requirements as well. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmental critical areas or natural resources. The request will maintain what was there prior, so no change to the impact to the environmentally critical zone. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. We do not anticipate negative impact or injury to the surrounding properties, as this is what was there previously, substantially the same. And point 6, whether a requested use will be in compliance with the applicable general zoning provisions and supplemental regulations set forth in Chapter 34 of the Land Development Code. The environmentally critical zoning district allows, by right, only passive movable structures, no new major structures of any kind. The development of minor structures are allowed through this special exception process. Land Development Code Section 26-77D states that existing seawalls and retaining walls along the Gulf of Mexico may be maintained but not rebuilt. So as you heard, the seawall is there. It's in usable condition and is going to continue to be maintained. So in consideration of that, staff does recommend approval with conditions. The conditions which you saw up on the screen briefly, I'll just run through them quickly for the record, include the condition that the new special exception must be applied for each time the structures are reconstructed. So this is a one-time reconstruction approval. Approval of the special exception does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. They will still have to go through the regular permitting process, which is typical for any development. The applicant must apply for and receive all state and local permits. As you heard, they've already begun that process to do so. Any violation of the conditions of approval render the special exception null and void. The applicant must obtain an approved lighting plan, which we don't have now, but when they move forward, a lighting plan and a landscaping plan will be required.
Thank you very much, Judith. Any questions for Judith? Nothing? Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, may I have a motion to?
Public comment?
Oh, public comment? Yes. I wasn't gonna forget you. Is there any public comment on the Kahlua special exception? Seeing none, we'll close.
I'll make a motion.
And Jane, go ahead.
I move to approve the special exception for the restoration of the swimming pool, shuffleboard area, the 2 Cheeky huts, pavered pool deck, and the fence along the existing seawall portion of the EZ zoning district, to include the 5 conditions in the packet.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion on the motion? Your vote, Jane?
Aye.
Your vote, Jim?
Yes.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anita? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, folks.
That was quick. Like it.
Okay, the next one on our list, probably won't be as fast, but, is DCI 202-30090. This is the Pink Shell Resort CPD. Jim, any ex parte on this?
None.
How about you, Jane?
None,
Dawn?
other than the letters through the email.
Letters,
Other than, yeah, I was gonna say, other than the letters through email, none.
okay. How about you, Jim?
Yeah, just subject to the numerous emails we've received.
Mm-hmm. And John?
Yeah, I actually did meet, with the developers
Okay.
representative.
All right. I don't have any either, although I have long experience and knowledge of the property and the emails.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there has been reference made to the various emails. Those of you that have received them, were those emails forwarded to the town clerk? For-
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and so,
I think
Town
Amy was listed on all of them.
Yes.
okay, and Amy, you've provided copies to the property owner, developer?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So we'll start DCI 202-30090. This is a Pink Shell Resort CPD. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development, CPD, for zoning for 6.02 acres of the property located at 275 to 332 Estero, 200 Estero, 192 Estero, common element only, 142 Estero, 171 through 1623 W103623 W103700.00 CE, and 244623 W104100.00 CE in Fort Myers Beach to allow expansion of an existing beach resort to include a new 40-unit resort hotel, 4 additional hotel units in the White Sands building, and a duplex, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair, there are a few housekeeping items we should address before we delve into the substance of the item. And also, we are going forward into the future, when we have a long title like that, we are going to put some parentheses, also known as Pink Shell, because I think
Oh, lovely.
that would help people know what we're talking about, and that is the purpose of the title. So the first question I have, if I could ask the applicant's attorney, did you receive a copy of all the materials that are in the agenda, as well as the emails that were previously referenced?
I did, thank you.
Okay. And Madam Chair, I think we also have received correspondence from an attorney that is alleging.
Mr. DeWitt, yes.
Yes. So if, Amy, if I could have you come to the podium, and also Mr. DeWitt. So what we need to do is establish whether or not Mr. DeWitt's clients, do you want to introduce yourself to LPA?
Good morning, Richard DeWitt, Government Law Group, on behalf of Estero Island Beach Villas.
And I believe you've received a copy of the letter that Mr. DeWitt mailed to you earlier today. So Amy has also provided a letter opposing granting them intervenor status. So I want to briefly just let you know what this all means. So those
This
that
is our first intervener.
generally, I mean, I know Mr. DeWitt has a large practice representing interveners, but it is not atypical to have interveners come and participate in quasi-judicial proceedings. So they are human beings, even though they're called interveners. When we have testimony and documents that are provided to you, it is the applicant, the developer, whose private property rights are mostly at stake. And the due process protections in our constitutions are there to protect those private property rights. However, other individuals who may not have ownership of the property may also have rights that may be adversely affected or positively affected by decisions that you make. And then there is the members of the public, which is the community at large, whose also interests in the community may be affected by the decision that you've made. So case law basically gives different rights and opportunities to present information to you based on which category that person falls in. Clearly, the property owner developer, they have the greatest due process rights available to them. Affected parties, also known as interveners, oftentimes are the neighboring or adjacent property owners, those in close proximity, will have additional rights or opportunities to participate. And then the members of the public who also have rights to participate, but perhaps to a lesser extent. I think you have your 3-minute rule that's involved, and as you know, a property owner developer will have much more time to do their presentation. So with that said, the case law basically, in my opinion, says that the amount of participation that an intervener or affected party has in a quasi-judicial proceeding is discretionary on your part. Again, this is quasi-judicial. It is not a judicial proceeding. My recommendation is that we go ahead and allow the participation to the extent that you feel comfortable, where you can maintain decorum in the proceeding. And the reason for that is basically that it is in the record, and should this matter get brought to a reviewing court, the court can always decide to ignore or disavow that part of the record. However, if we don't let them participate, then it's basically a do-over. So I like to defer and provide that opportunity. However, the due process that you afford to them really is not to the same extent that is afforded to a property owner developer, because the property owner developer has more interest at stake in this proceeding. So I am going to ask a few more questions, but at this point, I'd like to just defer to the two attorneys and let them make their arguments to you, and then I'll kind of summarize a little bit, and then you can decide to what extent you'll allow that participation.
Amy, or Nancy, I have a question. You said that an email that we got today, or was it yesterday?
I believe it was last week
It was
that,
last week.
Okay.
that
You said
included a
today, and
letter.
I just was
I'm
looking,
sorry.
and I didn't
No.
have one for today, and I just wanted to confirm.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Nancy, I have a follow-up also. I realize it's quasi-judicial. Is there a degree of affected, somebody 15 miles away versus somebody across the street? Is a whole different category of direct effect? Is that a baseline criteria under which
It is a
intervener can step
baseline
in?
criteria. And let me tell you what the baseline criteria is, because I wrote it down. So the first is, what is the extent of the interest that they have?
Yeah.
And your example is right on point.
Exactly.
Someone who lives on the south side of the island, their interest is not going to be as great as somebody that's right next door. The next criteria that you should look at is the risk of making a mistake. And as I illustrated, the risk of making the mistake would be letting them go through the entire process, and then it's raised on appeal, and then it's a do-over. So I think the risk may or may not be great, but I would prefer to avoid that scenario.
So that's the abundance of caution criteria you're
Yes.
putting in there?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
All right.
And then the last is the probative value.
Sure.
As far as how much is that affected party really going to add to the conversation and to your decision-making process.
Okay.
Okay.
And those, that criteria, I believe, came from the Clarion case, which was from 2010. So it's,
Okay, let's hear from the attorneys.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you again, Richard DeWitt. I appreciate it. So, one thing, the idea of intervener in the town is not something new. If you recall the Audubon case, the Audubon Society was afforded intervener status.
Yes,
So
I
we're not
remember that.
recreating the wheel here. This is something that the town has done in the past. As far as Estero, we are a neighboring property. We are an affected property. And one of the other criteria that I think I put in my letter is, do you have the right to receive notice? And if you have a right to receive notice, you're clearly one of the affected parties, and you should be brought here. So, from our point of view, we're not going to spend a lot of time. This is not going to be a 10-minute presentation. I am here along with our expert planner, Jeff Kadam. I'm probably going to be a couple minutes. He'll be a little longer to just go into more of the meat of the detail. And then we may have one cross-examination question or two. That's going to be the extent of it. But I think we do meet the criteria, and I would ask for you guys to defer to the attorney.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you.
And Ms. Tebow, why do you object?
We object for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, this intervenor status situation is not quite as cut and dry as it seems. The town's land development code does not have a process for interveners. There's no deadline by which to request intervenor status. There's no actual articulable standards for meeting a test for standing to be an intervenor, because when you become an intervenor, you become a party. And typically, to become a party in a proceeding, you need to demonstrate standing. And so the test that Ms. Stuparich articulated is one that pertains to procedural due process and what is afforded to any party generally. However, there's a test for standing that applies for, let's say, somebody gets a zoning approval and an adversely affected property owner appeals that decision to the court. First, they have to prove standing, and there's actually a test set forth in Renard v. Dade County, and there is no bright line test. We look at factors like proximity, that is one factor. We look to the character of the area to be affected, and we look at the nature of the changes that are being proposed. And directly after the court in Renard v. Dade County discusses these factors, they also say that while notice, whether a party is entitled to receive notice is a factor, it is not controlling. And so here, we don't really have any guidelines for when a person or an entity can or cannot intervene, both from a timing perspective and also from a standing perspective. And I would argue that's something that really is town policy. And when we're talking about town policy, we're really talking about decisions that need to be made by the legislative body, which is town council. So in the interest of upholding the procedures that are set forth in the code, we would ask that intervenor status is denied. However, we are certainly okay with them making a longer presentation than 3 minutes. That is not an issue for us, but we don't have an articulable test. I mean, next thing we know, we could have 5 more people trying to intervene before town council. It's really a slippery slope here.
And what your real objection is that that's us granting them standing in your case.
That is something that we object to, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And the last thing I would just add, as they've said, it's kind of flexible, very discretionary, is that remember that this is quasi-judicial, and the fundamental concepts of fairness and due process, that's also a litmus test for you to consider. We also have to keep decorum, and as Ms. Tebow pointed out, if we have 5 interveners, it can get a little bit out of hand. So with that said, at this point, perhaps establishing what your thoughts are so that we can proceed with this matter in a very orderly fashion.
Jim, what are your thoughts?
So, Counselor, it was represented that there's nothing definitive in our code that either represents this as a process or discourages or discounts it. Is that your understanding also?
Yes, that is my understanding.
So I heard the counselor represent that we need to follow our code, and because of that, the intervenor status shouldn't be granted. Do you have any-
I'm concerned
any rebuttal to
about
that?
just case law and just notions of due process. So there is a body of law out there that may not be codified in your code per se.
Yep.
However, it is applicable because it is the law.
Okay, thank you. That handles it for me right now, Chair.
What do you think?
I think I would prefer to err in favor of having the record complete with everyone having their say.
but we could give them their say and not grant them intervenor status.
But that, then you run into the risk of, a cross-examination is not allowed in testimony.
You're right?
But they would have that as an intervenor status, which might glean more information for us.
Okay. How about you, Joan?
I'm actually in favor of increasing the amount of transparency, and I think that we will all gain something from hearing, and I believe that there is standing.
Okay. What do you think, Don?
I agree with
Okay.
Jim and John.
Okay. Jane?
I
You agree
agree.
too?
I think that the fact that they are within the area of notice, that they do have standing to present, and I think that is what we should do.
So, do you want a motion for that?
One follow-up, Madam Chair, if I may then, if we go that route and grant the presentation, and by Jim's representation, default intervenor status, how do we prevent duplication of this over the next 6 meetings, without deadlines, guidelines, or criteria around it, notices, et cetera? I just want to be careful that we're not setting something that then allows this to be a repetitive action on any and every in any case.
So you may be able to address that in your procedural rules, which we'll
By
talk
creating
about.
criteria for it?
Some guidelines.
Which could include timeframes by which under?
Yes, I think that would be acceptable, because that is basically the posture and the opinion of the LPA, as far as the proper extent of due process and fairness. Madam Chair, I think the best way to proceed, well, first of all, we want to find out who's going to be testifying as experts and whether the LPA as a body believes them to be experts in the area that they designate. And then, just to try to keep everything orderly, it may be appropriate to have staff simply do an introduction of the item so we all know what we're talking about, followed by the applicant who has the burden of proving that the criteria has been satisfied, followed by staff rebuttal, and then the intervener, if they want to add, and then, of course, public comment following that.
What do you all think about a time limit for this intervener? Boy, it just sounds awful, you know?
I
It's
know,
like,
maybe
for
effective.
the intervener. Is there a time limit?
Well, he made a statement that he would only be a couple of minutes and that their expert may be a little longer,
So 6 minutes? Double the public comment?
To voice what John said to make it appear totally transparent,
You don't want any time
no,
limit.
I think they ought to have their say.
I don't like this.
I'm in favor of a time limit.
Me too, I am too.
I- I'm-
we need transparency, but some limitations
Yes.
should be
I think this is, yeah, I'm with you, Don. I'm with you, Don.
And I don't want to confuse transparency with
If 6
duplication.
minutes is not enough, how about 15 or something? I don't know, just seems like we ought to have something.
What do you think, Jane?
I agree, time limit
Time
would be
limit.
the, okay.
So what if we say 10 minutes?
Love it.
Love it.
Second.
Okay, so there appears to be a majority of the LPA that would like to have Mr. DeWitt and his associate become interveners. Do they need to be qualified, or what, how?
I thought we didn't have to decide that till after we heard the information.
Well, so basically, I think at this point, it would probably be better that you are going to afford them intervener status.
Okay.
I believe that's the consensus.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to afford Mr. DeWitt and his associate, Mr. Katim, intervener status?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to it, sorry. Okay. So-
Experts.
Experts. Who is going to testify in this case as an expert? Would you all please stand, because I'm thinking that you've not been qualified. Have you been qualified yet by the town of Fort Myers Beach? Yes, you certainly have. You have not. Would you come forward, sir?
It's really of this LPA body.
What do you mean? What did I say?
You said the town of Fort
Oh,
Myers
yeah.
Beach.
Well, you know, I think broadly, okay. Of the LPA. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Robert Boykin, from the Pink Shell.
How are you,
and
Mr. Boykin?
I'm great, Anita. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
I am, my lifelong career has been in hotel development, management, ownership. And I'll just pick some highlights to establish the bona fides. The first hotel I personally ever developed was what is now the La Quinta on Summerlin, and that was done in 1986. Following that, I worked on two projects, the Marriott in Buffalo, New York, a Marriott in Columbus, Ohio, and then also a Marriott at the south gate to Yosemite called Tenaya Lodge. I did major reconstruction work and repositioning of Hotel 71 in Chicago, and I'll stop there. But I think the best example of the skill and the work is the Pink Shell, which went from something that was very different than what it is today. And that's really, we're here to talk about the next chapter. And so that's my experience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boykin. Could we have a motion to accept Mr. Boykin as an expert?
So moved.
Is there a second? There's a motion by Jim and a second by Jane. Any objection to that motion? Thank you, Mr. Boykin.
Thank
You're an
you.
official expert for the LPA.
Make my resume longer.
I know it. The other gentleman that stood, would you come forward, please? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Kadams. I am a professional planner, certified by the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've been at this for more than 30 years. I've represented more than 35 local governments, as well as private sector developers. I have drafted probably a dozen comprehensive plans and major portions thereof. I have drafted more than half a dozen land development codes and have administered probably 30 to 40 of them. I believe that qualifies me as an expert on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kadam. May I have a motion, please, to accept Mr. Kadam as an expert in his field?
So moved.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, John. Any objection to that motion? Okay, so Mr. Kadam, you're an expert for us today. Thank you all. Nancy, we've read everything, so can we start with, can we let Amy come to the podium now or not?
Well, if staff, if Sarah,
staff.
just a brief introduction
Yes,
to the
perfect.
item, and then Amy can come forward and carry the
Thank you,
burden.
Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with
And
Community
happy belated
Development.
birthday, my dear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So JBO LLC, the owners of Pink Shell Resort, are proposing a CPD to include existing properties that have been purchased by the property owner and to amend and add some structures, including a 40-unit resort hotel on the bay side of Estero, and also there is a slight change from the original agenda packet that you have and what the applicant is now proposing. They were previously proposing the removal of the entire spa in White Sands and replacement with 4 units. Now they're proposing half of the spa be removed and only 2 units to be placed in half the spa. So that results in 1 additional unit that's remaining. So during the storm, 4 units on the site were demoed. By the storm, a single-family residence, a cottage, and a duplex. So that's 4 units. 2 of those units are being rebuilt as a duplex. 1 of those units can be used as an equivalency factor. So you get 2 hotel units out of that 1 density unit, and then there's 1 remaining density unit. The applicant is also proposing 5 deviations. The staff report included 6. Apparently there was a change that I did not get uploaded into our files, so I apologize for that. I'll go through those deviations very quickly. Deviation 1 is changing a type C buffer, which does normally require a wall, to include no wall. The belief is that that will help with the view shed. A change from CR zoning district required 15-foot setback to allow a 10-foot side setback, and that's in area number 2, which the applicant, I believe, should have on a map for you. But that is, I believe, the area of the duplex. A deviation from the CR zoning district that requires a 20-foot rear setback, and that's for the boutique hotel to allow a 15-foot rear setback. A deviation from the CR required side setback of 15 feet to allow a 10-foot side setback in the area number 4, which is the 40-unit boutique hotel on the Bayside. There's also a correction that actually Mr. Kadams pointed out to me this weekend. We had a phone call, actually Friday, and he pointed out that there was an error in the request, that CR zoning allows a maximum height of 30, not 40. So my apologies for that incorrect deviation. So they would be asking for a deviation to add 30 feet above the allowed 30 feet for a total of 60-foot height above base flood elevation and 6 stories. So they would need a deviation of 3 stories and 30 feet. And then the final deviation that's in there is for a change to the floor to not count the floor area ratio, and that for the garage, but that is being removed by the applicant.
Okay,
So that's just a brief walkthrough, and I'll be back up here to answer any questions you may have.
thank you, Sarah. Any preliminary questions for Sarah? Okay, thanks so much, appreciate it. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Anita and LPA members. For the record, Amy Thibault with Retzel. I have been sworn. Our office does represent Jabo LLC, the applicant. The destroyed dwelling units into 2 hotel units within the White Sands building and reconstructing 2 of the previously existing development units as dwelling units. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Oh, any questions for Amy? No? Thank you, my dear.
Thank you. And with that, Fred Droplik will come on up.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let's see if yep, I can flip through there, okay? All right, I did have some, I always find this helpful. I didn't print the entire presentation, but I did print the things like the architectural renderings and the site plan, so you can get a little bit closer look.
Thank you very much.
I'll pass this around for you.
His name is Fred Drovlik. You might want to spell that for you.
Yeah, DROVDLIC. You're welcome. All right, so there will be a fair amount of detail I share in this, because some of this, I mean, development of this age and this long can be a little bit confusing. So we will walk through a number of slides, trying to make sure that we understand exactly what the request is, and then also dig into the building as proposed and the public benefits. And we're gonna have a number of people share the different pieces of that from the resort and from our architect. But initially, let's walk through the location. I think we all know this, north end of the island. One of the properties, and the property that we're proposing the 40 unit boutique hotel on, is against Bowditch Park and really their maintenance area. And then the rest of the 11 acres is just approximately a mile north of Times Square on the Bayside and on the Gulf side. The 11 acres is total property. There is only 6 acres that is part of this commercial plan development, because we obviously aren't rezoning the parts that is in the recreational future land use category and in the EC zoning district. So it is just over 6 acres, 6.02 acres that are part of this CPD. This will bring the Pink Shell Resort and their zoning into one unified, captured all the historical things, and make this accurate. And in the future, if there's any changes to be made anywhere, we won't have to go through months of research to piece it all together and figure this out. So we tried to codify everything that's from the past into the future, capture the old conditions, and move this forward as a unified CPD. Part of that is because there is an additional property that has been purchased by Pink Shell that I'll show you is 309 Estero Boulevard on the south end of the Bayside was added to the property. It's still in the CR zoning district, so this will capture that property as well and make one unified CPD for the entire property. So the past. So this was first rezoned in 1982. So a lot of the units and the density and stuff that we're dealing with today was done pre-incorporation. The Boykin Group acquired the resort in 1998 and changes heading into the current configuration and heights in 2000 and 2001. At present, Posty and Recovery saw the loss of 4 cottages. One was that single-family property that was on the bay side, and then there was the duplex and a cottage that was on the Gulf side, on the south side of like the White Sands building. Those were gone and razed, and we're looking forward to a final configuration of the resort. At one point, everybody's probably pretty aware that we were having discussions about a parking garage that had a lot more units on top of that on the bay side. It was a pretty substantial building. We think we were trying to probably solve a problem that either wasn't appropriate, the timing wasn't right, or just not needed at the moment, with parking on the island. So once we saw that wasn't the appropriate time, wasn't maybe appropriate for the north end, a little bit out of character and scale. So we went back and said, what does the resort really need, and then what can we do as a public benefit to offset that need? And so we looked at just a smaller boutique hotel, which is an important part of the inventory on the beach for rental units, and that are going to be managed by the Boykin Group and the Pink Shell as part of the rental pool. And we thought that was a good solution. And we will get into this because of the amount of letters that note the fact that we're going against our prior agreement where there was a density transfer from the Bayside to build more units and more height on the White Sands building. This property was never part of that agreement. That was not the property, and we'll show that very clearly now because we're trying to make improvements to that property where that agreement was made. Keep the view corridors, we're not touching them. In no way are we affecting the original covenant that was made. So I will show that this property was never included in that piece because this property with the 40 unit hotel is on the other side of the dilapidated building. It's separated by a parcel that is not owned by the resort. So that was never part of this. So we'll hit on that, and I'll show you a piece of the covenant just to show you that it's referenced by lot numbers. It's fairly clear. So I think there was just a misunderstanding out there that probably from the original request when we were affecting that view corridor, that's carried over, but we are not doing that, and we're going to offer improvements to that view corridor and really try to make it something special. So that's the future of this, is we're trying to add that boutique hotel, add the 2 units back to where the cottage and the duplex was, and convert half the spa. I guess the recommendations years ago for the 6,000 square foot spa was a lot. It's never really been fully utilized to that extent. So to convert that into 2 units is just really a better use of space in that way. But we want to keep it because it is an amenity, and it is used. So we want to keep the half of the spa. So that was part of what we thought through, is just, well, we don't want to take away that kind of, not even a special benefit, just an amenity that can be used by the public, but used by the resort as well. So just reduce it down to really the way it's used currently, and then convert the other area, the other 3,000 square feet, into 2 units. So that's how that came about. And then this is getting into details of resorts and what they are, but the size around the 240 unit, for the amount of amenities that you have to produce, even for where they are now, really that sweet spot of operation is around that 240 mark. It's just an efficient place for resorts to be. Allows us a lot more ability to put money into the town and infrastructure and other things. and it just makes for a very efficient resort based on the amenities provided, and allows us to contribute to the community in ways that we want to go over. So that's a kind of the broad overview, but I don't want to take all of Bob's thunder here. I want him to share a little bit about the vision and his history with the Pink Shell Resort and go over that. So I'll let Bob come back up here and run through.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Well, as I indicated, I'm the CEO of Boykin Management Company, and I'm the managing partner of JBO. JBO is a well-thought-out, highly consulted name. It's Jack and Bob mashed together. So that's the story.
Technical.
Yes, right. Well, simple.
Sounds like tequila.
When people think of a pink shell, I'm gonna guess that most people think of Bill Wachulis. And that's with good reason. Bill is the face of the resort. We started working together in 2006, and it's been a great relationship for all those years, and he's contributed dramatically to the vision of what the pink shell is. But to take you back in time and to how we got here, so the company was started by my brothers and my father in 1959, when they had this idea to build a 100-unit motor lodge across from the University of Notre Dame. And then we were off to the races in the hotel business. And that went along quite well. We hooked up with Marriott as early franchisees. But the long story short there is that in 1994, we started a roll-up of the real estate. And in 1996, we took a company public in a real estate investment trust. And then 2 years later is when we acquired the Pink Shell. And that was part of, the names are the same in that it was Boykin Lodging, but the legal ownership changed in 2006 when we got that company sold to private equity, but we bought the Pink Shell from them. Nobody thought the Pink Shell had any value. We tended to differ. So we got the hotel in that time frame. But prior to that, just to put an edge on our experience here, I mean, we've operated hotels in Orlando, 2 in Melbourne, Sunny Isles, Miami Beach, Doral, Treasure Island, Marathon, and so we have pretty deep experience in just Florida alone. And as my career evolved, I wanted to go into things that we could control the vision of, and that is exhibited at the Pink Shell, but the brands were always difficult. And so we elected to go our own way and ended up doing quite a number of independent hotels as a result. I've lived here in Florida since 2007, and Pink Shell's now, it's an iconic resort on the island, but in Florida, I would argue as well, and probably one of the best things we ever did. And it took us a while, I guess, to figure out, maybe we ought to paint it pink. And I think it is such a logical thing, but it really is a postcard for Fort Myers Beach. So, in 1998, when we bought the Pink Shell, it was a collection of stuff. It was a low-rise motel buildings, it was a field of 47 cottages, and then we had leases with some of our neighbors. We were leasing units out of beach villas and vacation villas, so it was it didn't fit a category in the industry, and so our vision was what you see today, which was to transform it. And over that period of early 2000 to 2007 is when the development really happened. We made it what it is today, and we think it's pretty cool. Our customers do, and we are, prior to Ian, of course, everything's changed after that, but prior to Ian, our Net Promoter Scores were on par with Ritz-Carlton, and our customers were real fans. We had a real fanocracy going on. And so we've got we're always trying to think about what's the next chapter. and it's not just about stuffing, how much square footage can we get on a parcel of dirt. The reason for the parking deck concept that we had before, that was a discussion that started before Ian. And so it was in reaction to the sort of traffic and parking issues on the island. And then, but it really was too much, and we recognized that. And so we stepped away and said, you know, in this day and age, I don't even think you could finance something like that. I mean, it's just crazy. So in the spirit of listening to the island, we dialed it back to what we have here today. You know, I had the advantage when I was doing this project and coming up with the vision for it. I would always check in with Roxy, and got great counsel from her. She was very wise lady, and provided real guidance that we got her insights, and we were able to put that historical perspective, I think, in the right context. So we put 75 million in to develop what you see there. Sadly, we had to go put 80 million back in after the hurricane. So I have to tell you, it was a real job to build the resort, but it was an extraordinary job to rebuild it all in 18 months and get up on the island. You know, we were early on to getting open and housing. Our first customers, of course, were all FEMA recipients. And, but that was all just part of doing two things: helping the community and getting our team back to work. When this last hurricane, when Milton just went through, I mean, you can hire Belfour or one of those companies to come in and push brooms for you. And they'll bring in day labor wherever they find them. We rejected that when Ian hit us, and we rejected it through every other hurricane. We want our people pushing the brooms. We want our people managed by the restoration company, but we want our people getting the paychecks. And so that's just a, you know, philosophy about how we think business ought to be done. I think we've proven, one of the things about Jabo and Boykin Management Company, you don't have to ask yourself, well, who are these guys? What do we know about them? Where have they done this elsewhere? We've been here for 25 years doing this, and our record is transparent. You know, we are what you see. We've been good neighbors. You know, Bill will able to take you through all the things we've done to, we used to fight with Eve on turtles, and it's a hard battle to fight because, you know, binoculars laying in the dunes, I mean, you're gonna find something. So the simple solution, of course, was make the whole property turtle compliant, which we did. We're the first hotel to have done that, as we were the first hotel to get designated a Four Palm Florida Green Lodging. So that's what we do. And can we move, oh, there we are. Just to note, I mean, we tried to analyze, okay, what's it worth for something like this? And so this just articulates what the 44 unit development would produce from the tax revenue. Can we advance next? And then this is an example of, you know, you are recognized, we are recognized for being good at certain things. And this is a list of some of those things, whether it's, you know, couple's choice, the wedding knot, the boater's choice in our marina, Condé Nast, where we've been in the top 20 resorts for, I don't know how many years, 10 of them probably. So, you know, this quality is important on the beach. We want to elevate the vision of Fort Myers Beach in people's minds. And this type of activity, I think, does that. So that's a little bit about how we got here. And we're just the organization that stands behind Bill Wachulis and helps him do his magic. So with that, any questions, or I'll turn it over to Fred.
Thank you, Bob, very much.
Thank you.
It sounds like you're getting a raise, Bill. I don't know, but that's how it sounds.
All right, let's get into, building the record, so to speak, on my plan, for my planner status, and just making sure we're all clear, what's happening today and what we're requesting. So, as we mentioned, the rezones from a commercial plan development and commercial resort to a unified CPD. That does show that we're capturing, some of the stuff that's in the EC. That is not accurate anymore. That is, we're just doing the stuff that's in the EC, and I'll show you that on the next page. Whoops. After the future land use category. So, future land use, we're in the mixed residential. That's the 6-acre area that's in the dark red, and then the lighter pink, that's in the recreational future land use category, which is not part of the rezoning request. So there is no change to the future land use category. We don't have a comp plan amendment. We're not trying to amend anything in the future land use category. Didn't need to do that to make this request. The existing environment of it, there's three buildings, resort buildings on the Gulf side, and you'll hear us refer to them as White Sands, Captiva Villas, and Sanibel View Villas. There is a vacant pad on the south end of the White Sands building that was previously developed with the duplex and the cottage that were destroyed, as we mentioned. And then there's associated parking, outdoor amenities, pools, sun decks, water sports for the resort. As I mentioned prior, one additional lot on the bay side that was purchased that had a single-family home on it that is no longer there as well. We're not replacing a single-family unit on that. In fact, that'll be part of a park lake area and a boardwalk that we're proposing. There's also a marina on the bay side, has 41 wet slips, and in a fairly recent rezoning, I think a year and a half ago, there's 39 allowed as liverboard slips. And then there's a dockmaster building as well, and parking lots for guests and employees on that side as well. All right, here's the MCP. It's not necessarily it's a little hard to read, but this is the zoning document that would be approved. It is in your packet. It is an 11/17. Some of the highlights on there I pointed out is just where the new boutique hotel is, so on the north end or on the left of that map. The two-unit spot conversion area in the White Sands building. The new boardwalk. I do have a little better graphics for this as well, but the new boardwalk area, and then the additional lot is to that south end on the bay side. And then the little square standing out there by itself on the south end on the Gulf side is where the new duplex is proposed. To show that a little more clearly, I have this, and then we have some other graphics as well. So the red areas are the places where there will be new proposed units. The blue areas are the agreed upon view corridors that are in the covenant on the bay side. The red area, the red box, is that covenant agreement parcel. The view corridor is then going to be able to be expanded south to that new lot where there's a boardwalk in the middle of it there, but it's white. It's not included in that original covenant, obviously, because it's a recent purchase. The view corridor can then be expanded into that area as well.
There's nothing there now?
Nothing,
No.
right? Nope, nothing there now. Does have access to the dock that's there, which is part of what we're proposing to be, a drop off for the water taxi if that comes to fruition. All right. This was just a slide that I put in there just to try to be clear. There's obviously the covenant that is a PDF that is a public knowledge, publicly available. But this shows the original covenant, the lots. the density transfer exhibit that was included in that original covenant. I do have some copies of that if somebody wants that PDF. But for your knowledge, I put this in there just to show that we're not trying to do, address anything in that area that was from the original covenant. And it's identified by lots that match our survey. So part of what we're trying to do here, and part of what we were looking at, not the density piece, whoops. So this is a summary of the density request or the overall request. So applying the underlying future land use of mixed residential, using the maximum allowable equivalency factor of 2 would result in 72 hotel units. Obviously, we're beyond that. The current zoning allows 199 units of density as a hotel and hotel condo. There's 195 in the White Sands, Sanibel, and Captiva buildings, and there's those 4 units, one duplex cottage and then a single family home. The proposed CPD would increase the number of units on the combined CPD parcels by 40. So it's a 17% increase. The unified CPD would then have 239 hotel and hotel condo units on the 6 acres. So that works into be 40 units per acre if we apply density. Now with that said, the floor area ratio in the CR district that we're part of is 1.2. The proposed building, 78,000 square feet, including the existing buildings, then we would be about 320,000 square feet, and this includes all parking on both Gulfside and Bayside. If we count all the ground level parking and all the buildings and the building that's proposed, we would be at or below the 1.2 FAR. So we do meet the intensity. We're not asking for a deviation there. We obviously do not meet the density, since density and hotel are still tied together in the land development code. So the overall summary, the final result, if this would be approved, would be 197 hotel and hotel condo units, and then that would be the 2-unit the spa conversion, and then 2 residential units that would duplex that would be built where the former cottage and duplex was, and then of course a new 40-unit hotel or boutique hotel building in the CPD area number 4. So there's on your MCP, I marked the different areas as CPD area 1, 2, 3, 4, so we could note them. And then obviously with the other things that are already existing, all the amenities with the pink shell and the marina. So we aren't asking for a deviation for floor area ratio, and we also are not asking for a deviation for parking. With the surface parking, existing parking, and the parking we can have under the proposed building, we will meet to the strictest standards the parking requirements, because we just took everything individually that would be required, even the restaurant and some of the other amenities that are in pink shell, and looked through what would be required for parking. We will and can meet that. And we do think, based on seasonal flows and everything, there's probably quite a few spaces left over if there would be overflow need in Bowditch or one of the other areas. The public can use the parking lots, particularly the surface lot on the Bayside. So there is some parking available there. We don't need a deviation for parking. So stories and heights, of course, is a different story, so to speak. So we are going above that. So current flood elevation at this area is 19.6 inches, and you'll see that. Mike Shealy can share any details about that. Yeah, 19 feet, 6 inches.
There you go.
What did I say?
You said 6 to 19 inches.
Oh,
We're gonna say, lucky you.
yeah, that's great.
Pick the high ground.
Yeah, something. All right, just about 20 feet above grade. So then we're proposing 60 feet above that, 6 stories and 60 feet above design flood elevation, which is where we would have to build that lowest horizontal structural member. Currently, on the other side, White Sands is 11 stories. It's 92 feet above base flood. It's 111 feet total. Captiva Villas is 8 stories, 83 feet above base flood elevation. Sanibel View Villas is 6 stories, 70 feet above base flood. So that's the Gulf side buildings that are currently existing. And then across the street from the proposed building is really the most affected, and it's the vacation villas, and they're called Pink Shell Vacation Villas, but it was just because what I was referring, this is a Pink Shell beach area, but this is not part of the Pink Shell. They're the most affected. They are a 7-story building, but they are lower because they were built at a lower base flood elevation at the time. I think it was around 8 feet, so 57 feet above base flood elevation. I think I have that exactly. I think I have that right. But it's, so we're about 65 feet there. So this building we're proposing is slightly taller than them, mostly because of design flood and the taller stories in between, 10 feet stories now. And then the additional almost 12 feet of base flood elevation that we need to have. So I did try to do my best to do a little summary slide here of that, showing you the Pink Shell areas, the places that are in the Pink Shell. The place where the new hotel condo would be on your right side of that picture. On the left side would be where the new duplex is. And showing the heights. Now that's from ground level. So this is the total heights of the buildings from grade. So the new proposed building will be at just below 80 feet. Vacation villas across the street, we would be 14 feet higher. 12 of that is because of base flood. We will be 1 less story, but still we are a little bit taller. Shorter than the rest of the Pink Shell buildings and comparable to the Estero Island and Island Shores Beach Club. We're a little bit taller than those with the building we're proposing, but we're, I would say, in the ballpark, so to speak. And the duplex would be 3 stories, and it says 40 feet. That's wrong. Just 3 stories and 30 feet, and that would, the duplex, we are going to comply with the height and the stories restrictions of the CR district there. All right. So now I want to go over and show you the building, have Mike walk through some of the details of that, some of the choices that we made and why, and let him show that. Come on up, Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to be back with you. Let's see, which way do I go here? That's right. So let me just summarize.
Will you say your name for the
I'm
record?
sorry,
That's
Michael
okay.
Shealy,
Thank you,
AIA
Mr. Shealy.
architect with MK Architecture in Fort Myers. The building, as Fred has described, is 5 living units over 1 level of parking. 5 living levels over 1 level of parking. Each level contains 8 living units. Units range on a preliminary basis from 950 to 1480 square feet. So they're generally on the smaller side. Most of the units are smaller. The height, as he mentioned, is about 80 feet total, about 70 feet, roughly 70 feet over the base flood. Excuse me, 60 feet over the base flood. The floor plan is simple. The building is kind of a rectangle square that's angled with the property lines. Here you see the front view. The driveway entrance is on the right side of the building for the underground parking, and that's showing a gate there for parking for the residents, and there's adequate parking under the building for these units. The first 4 floors are all the same. They're all identical. The 5th floor, you'll see at the top there, maybe there's a view that shows it better. You see the 5th floor is stepped back from Estero, and we have a roof deck up there that's actually usable by all of the residents that would give you a nice peek-through view over to the Gulf through the other buildings. The structure would be all concrete, of course, pre-stressed piling and post-tension slabs and poured columns above. We have 2 stairs, we have 2 elevators, a central core that's very small that just has stairs and elevators in it with a walk-around that has access to each unit. And here's the view from the north side. There it shows the arrangement of the living levels. Not sure what else we have here. Let me go back just. this one. In this view, you see we've rebuilt that beautiful little house next door. I thought you might like that.
Very nice.
Little artistic license there, but it looks good. Anyway, that's kind of how the building is laid out. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the
Thank
architecture
you very much,
itself.
Mr. Shealy. Any questions for the gentleman?
No.
No?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don, did you have any question? Don, are you there?
Nope, nope.
Oh, okay.
No questions.
Okay.
I was on mute, sorry.
All right, that's all right, that's all right.
All right, we're gonna bring up Bill Wachulis. With all his accolades, we thought it unfair to not have him be part
Absolutely,
of this, so,
yes.
I mean, this is an obvious
This was your raise.
part here.
Good morning. For the record, Bill Whitechulis, Pink Shell.
Good morning, Bill.
Head cabana boy at the Pink Shell. I think before I get into the public benefits, I want to mention that, you know, how we got to the 239 units. You know, Estero Island Beach Villas and Vacation Villas, they used to be in our rental program. And about 4 years ago, we made a business decision because we don't control the public areas of those properties. We're really not a vacation rental company. So when a guest came in to experience one of our Pink Shell units and then experience one of those vacation rental units, being in beach villas or vacation villas, it caused a lot of complaints. So we made a decision not to rent those anymore. And that's why we've gotten this number of 239, because the facilities all handled all these rentals before, and that's why we're looking to get to that number. So obviously, things that we looked at as for the density is what could we offer the public? And one is the relocated public access on the bay side, enhancing that, putting it out to the water side so you could actually get down by the water than what it was, and enhancing that more. There's a slide that coming up that'll show that a little bit better. The other is we've done now the vegetation at the Pink Shell now twice.
Bill, everybody has.
I know, it's just, so I had a great meeting with the garden club. Kathy and Rose are a wealth of knowledge, and you know, my extent of landscaping is green good, brown bad. So they really helped in giving us some guidance. But we want to maintain in perpetuity that landscape that's town-owned in front of the Pink Shell, and maintain that, obviously with an approved plan as a public benefit. You know, it's important for us as a guest arrives that, you know, if there was a dead tree or plant, that we can just take care of it, because
Do you have that agreement with the town now, Bill?
no, this would be a new public benefit that we're offering.
Okay.
There's been conversations about having a water taxi route. We obviously, being with the marina, we'd be more than happy to be a drop-off and pick up location for the north end. It works out well with our dock master being able to come down and help tie up the boat and handle that. So we would more than willing to be a water taxi pickup and drop off. One of the things that we're doing right now is, and I guess it's been a hot topic I've heard, is the pump out for the mooring field. You know, we have the pump out services. We are doing that right now for the town. I think the boat comes in about 3-4 times a week. We pump it out. If you're not familiar what that means, it's all the mooring field boats, their restrooms. The town has a boat that actually goes and pumps those out. Otherwise, you know, you want to make it easy that they're not pumping it into our water. And then we pump it out on the dock into the sewer. We're willing to continue to do that in perpetuity for the town. I think it solves a problem of, I think residents don't want it in their backyard, so we're willing to have it in our backyard. So because we do it anyways for the boaters. The next one, and maybe Fred, you could go to that slide. The CBD. This is more of just a reference. Is when you look at development and infrastructure, is there? Oh, that's a good one there. Okay. Infrastructure, the stormwater on the north end, it was obviously a challenge back in the day. It flooded, it was horrible. The town owns that end of the road. But there was an issue the town had was where do you put this water? And they needed the land. We made an agreement, and this is, the years blend. It's 2010. On two parts on the base side of the parking lot, we have the large containment area for all of the stormwater for the north end comes into those easements. Granted, we're not saying that's a public benefit. We just want to remind everybody we did this and we did it for the right thing to do for the town and for our north end residents. Because if we didn't do it, there was nowhere to send that water. So it was a nice benefit that we did, and those catacombs are underneath the parking lots for the north end. Commute Connect program. So we have this is a good one as you speak to other businesses coming through, is we work with the FDOT and Lee Tran. We have 2 vans. They're 2 15-passenger vans. We mainly utilize them right now for our housekeeping, and we shuttle the associates in every day on those vans. One goes to Lehigh, one goes to North Fort Myers. If you imagine, that's 30 cars that would be coming over to the Pink Shell. And we have that. We're actually looking at enhancing that. It's roughly about $2,500, $3,000 a van. It includes the maintenance, and we pay the driver a little bit more. But it works out to be a great benefit for the employee because the transportation is included. But it also solves the traffic and parking issue. So that's one that we're doing, and that we would continue and probably continue to enhance it. Improved transportation circulation. We've got the golf carts, bicycles are included when you rent at the Pink Shell. So so it makes it easy for our guests. They don't have to pay for those bicycles. We want to encourage them to use those other modes of transportation rather than taking their car out. We obviously handle the pre-arrival a little bit different than other resorts. We have a concierge, and we call every guest and try to make them informed about, you don't need to bring a car if you wanted to come to the Pink Shell. Everything's there, the trolley. So we call every guest. We try to make pre-arrival arrangements. If they want a cabana, cheeky hut, dinner on the beach, airport transportation. We handle all of that pre-arrival. Bay Oaks and the Estero summer programs, obviously didn't have a pool this past summer. Probably not going to have a pool for the next year or two. Hopefully it gets back. We're willing to continue to have them come and use our pool. There's nothing worse than having a summer program, the kid not be able to go in the pool. So it worked out well. The kids really enjoyed coming to the Pink Shell and swimming in the facilities. Community day passes, we obviously continue to do that. We have actually more residents doing it now, unfortunately, after these last 2 storms where they've lost their pools, coming to use the day passes. And then, as Bob mentioned, we're a 4 Palm, which is the highest designation by the state for green lodging, Turtle Conservancy, and then we are completely certified on the turtle side. And then this new building obviously would continue to be part of that program. This is the kind of the walkway area that we're looking to enhance for the public benefit. bringing it out more out to the water to where you could walk along the edge, rather than kind of, it's more inside the parking area. I think it'd be nice, it's great to be able to go and see, you know, the boats that we have come in. I mean, we'd handle up to a 120-foot yacht. It's amazing to go and look at some of these boats that come in, and some of their names are just hilarious. But that's and then you can see the green on the added area. That's the lot we purchased from Skip and Dottie, and that would increase that view corridor. Obviously, as we mentioned, we're try to do as much as we can as a good neighbor. You know, the association right across the street, Vacation Villas, we are working with the board there of coming to an agreement. And we know that this building is gonna, you know, cause some heartache for them, and what we could do to help them. We hope to have an agreement in place before we go to council. It's been very positive. There's some things that they're trying to get cleared up in regards to a parking easement that we're looking at enhance parking for them. They have a challenge with parking, and we're looking to enhance their parking for them. And then obviously I mentioned we met with Kathy and Rose in the garden club in regards to the landscaping. With that, I'm going to give it back to Fred if there's any questions for me. Be more
Any
than happy to
questions for
answer.
Bill?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much.
Nice job.
All right, so now you get to get into land development code and comp plan a little bit. Want to walk through those deviations. So I'm gonna, this is a summary slide of that. I can leave that up, but I mean, it might be just as easy for me to describe it, and on the next page, I have the kind of color-coded master concept plan to show you where are these deviations, because it gets a little bit confusing. Deviation 1 is in the dark green, so it's on the north side and south side on the bay. Those parking lots where where we're proposing those walkways, which is in the purple there. So staff wrote this up really well, that it's a type C buffer. We're going to do that. In fact, it'll be enhanced because we're going to make it really park-like and much wider than a type C buffer. But type C buffer calls for a wall, which would really kind of, we think, detract from the whole experience there. Be walking beside a wall would just close everything off. We'll landscape it as much as we need to satisfy everybody, but we just wanted to have a deviation for no wall. Deviation 2 and 3 both have to do with the duplex lot. So lower right, the red square where we're proposing the 2 units. I have a example here, and it's a little, unfortunately, the most accurate view, because we can't use just LIPA on this one because the boundary lines are just off on the aerial. But what we do have is, this is from a survey, and I outlined where the former houses were. So this is a survey from 2021, and shows where the setbacks were on the duplex and on the cottage that were there prior. So the duplex was kind of, you know, anywhere from just a little less than 1 foot to 10 foot. The rear was from 3 feet to maybe 10 feet, and on the south side, 10 to 13 feet setbacks. So we are asking for a deviation for those, but I think we're drastically improving the conditions, including all parking to be under the buildings now. I mean, you can see the parking was out into Gulf Shore Court prior to that, so now we would be able to get those cars off of that easement in that area. And it's a small lot, obviously. So there were 3 units on it. We're only proposing 2. It's a small lot. So to adhere to the full setbacks would leave a fairly small area for each duplex, probably less than around 35 feet, a 35-foot square. That doesn't count if there was to be any lanai or porch or overhang, so it would get to be pretty tight and pretty small. So we justified it by feeling like we are improving the current conditions substantially, or the former conditions substantially, while still providing, you know, nice setbacks and buffers in this area. So the deviation 4 regard the new building. So that's on your upper left-hand side. Side setbacks required in the CR district are 15, but there are no buffers required. So we tried to, you know, kind of go in the middle there and say, let's provide some buffers. Let's do some type B buffers, make that look really good, and which can easily fit planting-wise in 10 feet, and do the 10-foot side setbacks instead of 15 on that parcel, but provide, you know, per an approved landscape plan, a nice looking buffer in between those buildings. Was suggested by staff to keep some of that low and the hedges low, so we aren't blocking more view of the bay than we need. That's fine. However staff would want that done at the end of the day, we'd be glad to accommodate that. The deviation 5 is obviously for the height of that building. We need 30 feet over the allowed base flood elevation in order to accomplish that building. And then I think this is right. So there's a deviation 6. I mean, we were, you know, originally that was for floor area ratio relief from the, we aren't doing that. But we do think in order to approve this, there's the equivalency factor needs to be deviated from. And so that deviation is on there where the equivalency factor, where we're at now in the current resort. So if we take all the units that are there now and apply equivalency factor to the density, keep in mind that at one point, years and years, I mean, many years ago, the entire 11 acres were counted, but now we understand it's only the 6 acres. So it's only have 36 units. You take that times 2, which is the max equivalency factor, you have 72. We're requesting 239. So the existing resort is at 5.4 equivalency factor. With the additional units, we'd be at 6.6. So that's the single deviation request for the height, and for the equivalency are 5 and 6. Those are the two big deviations today that we're asking for to be considered based on our public benefit and the other things that are put forward today. This just shows where the new building would be in the current employee parking lot. And Bill mentioned the parking. The Vacation Village across the street has a parking issue. They do have a number of lease spaces in that employee parking lot now. I know they're negotiating to add a few spaces to that and can allow them to continue. I think that was, I read in a number of letters that we were taking their parking spaces away with this new building. That isn't the case. We'll probably be increasing that by a number that is still being worked on, but adding a few spaces to there and putting it underneath the garage in a gated facility, so they'll have access to their spaces, but it'll be shaded now and gated and secured. And then I think this shows even with the setbacks, even with the deviation, that we're improving the current conditions. The parking was clear up against the Bowditch property line, and the parking, even though it's a little bit shadowed on the south side, abutting that the dilapidated structure that's there, parking was, you know, certainly with closer than 10 feet. So we're trying to improve the current conditions with the new building, and the type B buffers should look good. Land development code compliance, for the most part, I think staff felt like this project met the great majority of the criteria for approval. Obviously, where they didn't meet with us meeting the FAR with the intensity, that was a big deal. But we didn't meet the density, and we understand that because of that, and because of the height being interpreted by staff to be needing to be surrounded or abutting versus across the street, that it wasn't feeling comfortable there as well. So those were the 2 points where I think led to the recommendation of denial, because really it's more of a policy decision based on the public benefits than it is meeting the LDC in that way. We do meet the request for the additional density through the deviation for the equivalency factor, but that's, again, that's a policy decision based on the nexus of the public benefits. And then the proposed mix of uses, we do believe we're appropriate there with neighborhood, what we call neighborhood compatibility. I mean, we're proposing the similar type of use, units being in the rental pool controlled by Pink Shell as they are now, which provide a high level of control over several factors. You saw what they did to try to reduce traffic with the units, to provide alternative transportation, tie in the sidewalks and try to really make that at least that little area very walkable and very nice and a pleasant experience. So just trying to do everything they can to offset those things. And then the height and the type of use is the same as the rest of those uses, even Estero Island and vacation villas and all those. It really ties into a similar use, but probably even more controlled than some of those, to a higher level of effort. Because they can, because of the size of their resort and the resources that they have. So that gets down to the end here. While there's comp plan consistency, I outlined some of the places where we meet the comp plan. The policy 1A1 is about changes along Estero Boulevard should improve on the characteristics that make it a boulevard in character and not just in name, safe and interesting to walk along, impressive landscaping and scaled to people rather than high-speed traffic. That's a lot of what we're trying to do with the enhanced landscaping and really taking control of that. Part of it taking the burden off the town, because to replace those things every time out of town, it's expensive. There isn't necessarily budget always set aside for that. So. And then the other part is just really making it a more attractive boulevard in that way. Mixed residential, I think the type of use we're proposing, we meet that. It's mixed residential reads where it's designed for older subdivisions with mixed housing types on smaller lots and newer high-rise buildings. And commercial activities such as motels must be sensitive to nearby residential uses and complement any adjoining commercial uses and contribute to the public realm as described in the comp plan, and meet the design concepts. And we believe we've done our best to try to meet that, the mixed residential, and try to provide substantial public benefits. Building heights, we believe, so individual parts of land are so surrounded by tall buildings on lots that are contiguous or directly across the street. So we feel like we do meet that as consistent with the character of the area because of the other existing heights. 7D5 hidden path system. I thought this was great. So this was really what we were trying to do by enhancing and making that boardwalk a little bit something special, is creation of network of hidden paths running along the bayside parallel to Estero Boulevard. These networks will provide alternatives to walking and cycling along Estero Boulevard, as designed in the community, or as further mentioned in the community design element. So that was a big piece of really trying to make that something special along the water. And in traffic impacts, you heard, obviously, we can't say we don't add to traffic by adding a building. It does add some. But because those units will be in the rental pool controlled by Pink Shell Resort, we've done everything we can as a resort to provide alternatives and to control the amount of cars that people use when they come to the Pink Shell Resort, and that will be part of that system as well. So there, I'm down to just the path to approval. We hit on some of that, and I'm going to let Amy sum up right after I go through these. But the path for approval is a deviation through the Land Development Code Section 34-1803-1, which proposal meets the FAR, but we exceed the density equivalent. So we are asking for a density equivalent of 6.6 for the entire CPD that would allow 239 units. And then there are criteria for that. So 34-1803-2, guest units exceeding the equivalency factors or exceeding 1,000 square feet each may be allowed under exceptional circumstances if approved as a deviation through a plan development rezoning. So But before approving such a deviation, you must find that there's three things. One, all other aspects of the development, so height, traffic, intensity of use are compatible with the surrounding area. We do believe those things are, now it does say compatible with the surrounding area, we do believe we are compatible. Do we increase traffic slightly? Probably. But is it compatible with what the existing uses that are there? Yes, we think we meet this criteria. Present clearly exceeds all standards in the Fort Myers Beach Comp Plan. I think we do. We meet that. We meet the comp plan, and that's why the reason we were not needing to ask for any amendment to the comprehensive plan. And then, in no case can equivalency factor increase exceed the maximum intensity allowed at Fort Myers Beach in comprehensive plan. And then by allowing that deviation, that's where we meet that. So there we are, and then we'll have Amy come up, I think there's a summary and a conclusion and that she'll want to make, and then we'll be here for questions and to hear the public.
Thank you, Fred.
Hello again. I'll keep it short. I think Fred and the entire project team did a really nice job of summing up the facts of this request. Thank you. The facts of this request as applied to the codified criteria, not just for the CPD, but for all of the deviations, and then of course the specific criteria on top of that for the requested increase in density equivalency factor for the hotel units. It's a mouthful. So, you know, the most important thing here is that we meet all the requirements. The deviations that we're requesting are permissible under the Land Development Code's provisions. They are permissible, you know, under the provisions of the comprehensive plan. One nice thing about this request that I want to point out, I think the thing that's on everybody's mind right now is public benefit. And one of the big questions that I know you guys are trying to answer and that town council is trying to answer, and we certainly appreciate your efforts in doing so, is whether view corridors count as a public benefit, and if so, to what extent. The really nice thing about this request is we don't have to contemplate that. We're already expanding the view corridors, plus we are providing a robust portfolio of public benefits on top of all of the resident and public amenities that the resort already provides. So with that, I will conclude, but if you have any questions for me, please let me know. I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions for Ms. DeVoe? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Nancy, are we having Sarah now, or are we having the intervener?
Generally, it would be staff after the applicant, but if it's your choice, as long
that's
as they
Sarah,
have
come on.
the opportunity.
All right.
I feel everything has been fairly well. A single-family dwelling that was demolished on the bay side to the south. But by them asking for the equivalency factor, that's how they come to this. It is a complicated issue, and I'm gonna need to do a little bit more math to make sure that I agree with all the numbers before we put, you know, before anything were to go to council, to make sure that that is the correct ask. But this is similar to what a lot of other hotel motels on the island have done, requested an equivalency factor. So saying they have this many acres, and then we multiply it by the allowed density there. In this instance, though, it's sort of a different situation because they have the allowed density that's much higher than what they would be allowed by the current comprehensive plan because of the number of units that were already there. So it is a slightly different beast with the numbers.
So do you not include the 39 liveaboards in their count of units?
The Land Development Code talks specifically about liveaboards. I believe that it says that it's not part of the density. Let me double check on that, though. I may not be able to get to it. Muni Code is acting very strange today.
Well, that is part of my question also, because if you do count that, the 2 units at the spa and the duplex, you're at 239 before adding the 40.
But you also have to keep it, so I'll sit down and I'll look for the liveaboard language because I believe that it's not counted towards the
Yeah, I don't
density.
think it is either.
That's my, but I can't find it, something weird has been going on with media code. But, so we wouldn't, I believe, count the liveaboards. But we would basically give them the allowed units that they already had by all of the other approvals. We wouldn't necessarily count that against them. So this is something that Fred and I need to go back and forth on probably to make sure that that number is correct. But that is the process for them to get to it.
And this is included, this is the parking lot, that is the employee parking lot currently,
What is?
where the 40 units are gonna go.
No.
No.
Well, there's the large parking lot that's in front of the marina.
Right.
And then there is the location where the tennis courts were previously that's right next to Bowditch Park. So it's that lot next to Bowditch Park. I'm not sure how it's currently being used. It kind of
Well,
looks
it
like a
says
parking lot, and I
in
know
the
that
thing that it's existing employee parking lot.
okay, and I know that, the Pink Shell Vacation Villas does have some parking over there also. So that may be the case.
Any other questions, Jane?
Well, I'll let somebody else speak first.
Any other questions, Jim?
Not here.
Jim?
Yeah, I have a couple. But for the CPD being unified here, what would the density and FAR on the new developed piece, the 40-unit piece, be as a standalone piece?
I believe it's 0.43 acres. It's a 6 dwelling units per acre location, so multiplied by 1.5 or 2, depending on the unit size, or even less. So that would give them 6 units potentially. I couldn't tell you what the FAR is.
No, but
without-
I understand
Yeah.
that
But because
the
it's.
benefit of combining all of these properties is their basis for justifying the increased viability of the units.
That is the way that it would be allowed. If
Yeah,
it were a
I
standalone
understand.
unit, that wouldn't,
Right.
it wouldn't be something that could be done.
And would you articulate for the record the reasons the staff recommended denial?
Yes, at that time, it was based on the, density equivalency, which it didn't appear that they had. At the time the staff report was written, they were creating 4 units at White Sands, which would have used the 2 remaining density units, with a multiplier of 2 to get the 4. By revising to only ask for 2 units, they have 1 remaining unit on which they could ask for an equivalency factor of 40. By doing this new equivalency factor, they are requesting a different equivalency factor based on the density of the entire development. However, the previous way that it was put together, it didn't appear that there were any density units remaining to be used.
So is your recommendation changing?
I would need to do more evaluation. I mean, we evaluate deviations and deviations by one section of the code. We evaluate rezonings by one section of the code. When I write a staff report, I don't know what I'm going to say until I get to the end. I leave that top at the part at the top, denial or approval, highlighted, and I come back to it after I answer all the questions. The other component that I was rejecting it on was based on the height. They were asking for additional height, and it appeared that the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan wouldn't necessarily grant them that additional height because they weren't directly adjacent to another tall building, and it was my reading of the code that they needed to be directly adjacent in order to ask for that additional height.
So those are both technical applications of your understanding of the code
Yes.
against these requests. That's just what it
Yes,
is.
that's correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Anything else, Jim?
No.
John?
Yeah, I just want to, once again, I guess, clarify, because I think there is a perception that there is density transfer going on from the existing open parking lot spaces, and that previously there had been a covenant not to do that. And I want to ensure that we understand staff's position is that is not the case, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It appears that parking lot area, and it was a little unclear, I agree, in reading through the old ordinances, which section of property they were talking about.
Yep.
But it does appear that they only moved that density from the large parking lot with the marina associated with it property. It doesn't look like they removed it from that, property on Bowditch Point, although, if I haven't found the document that actually were supposed to remove that, density, so,
Wait, I,
mhm.
the density came from the parking lot where the 700 square foot building is for the dockmaster?
I believe it was resolution 0007, required that they move the units that were on the Bayside parcel where the parking lot and the marina are, over across
Correct.
the street to the Gulf side, so
Correct.
yes.
So there is no density there to transfer to this 40-unit building?
But they're not
And that's,
transferring.
yeah,
it.
that's not the
doing that.
request.
And the applicant testified on the record that is not connected to the density transfer that happened historically. So
Yes,
Correct.
yep.
they're on record for that.
That's correct. Sarah, my only question is these technicalities about equivalency factor and whatnot, after we hear the public comment and the interveners, can we take a break? Do you think you would have time to resolve that with the applicant? Or is it something that you would see you need more time between now and you can resolve it?
I believe it's something that we can
That's
resolve.
great
I have
news.
all the numbers
Perfect.
from the
Perfect.
different.
Okay,
yeah.
so you guys be ready to resolve it as well. All right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sarah. Oh, wait, Dawn,
Yeah,
do you have any questions?
yeah, I think I'm honing in on it, but did staff change the recommendation from denial to?
No,
approval?
but
Okay.
they do want to clarify a couple of things. That's what I asked Sarah, so we'll have more on that later, Dawn.
Okay, thanks. And then I have the same concerns that Jane has as well. I mean, amongst other things. But I mean, this is not a, kind of a build back, and it's a 40-unit place. So anyway, I'll wait for staff to kind of correct whatever they're.
Okay, thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like now to ask the interveners to come forward. I really hate that word. Although it could be kind of, if they were intervening on my behalf, I would be glad.
It would be so much better.
Yes, it would be so much better. So we've allotted you 10 minutes.
Thank you. Again, Richard DeWitt on behalf of the interviewer, Estero Island Beach Villas. I'm gonna be a lot briefer now because our planner has a lot to unlock. But I just wanna go through a couple things, and some of it may be procedural, Nancy, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Some may be procedural because we had a discussion earlier. If something was submitted that was not published or not in the agenda regarding deviations, then I don't,
So the question then is, was the additional deviation noticed
Correct.
correctly? So typically, my understanding is that the town does not specify all the deviations in their noticing. So if it's in there, if it's not in there, it's not, the noticing component of it would be correct.
okay. Okay, I'm gonna proceed and then turn it over to the planner. So, again, this is a quasi judicial proceeding. It's based on competent substantial evidence in the record. Your staff has already recommended denial of this proposed deviation and the density. Mr. Drolick already conceded they don't have the density. So we're gonna have to flesh that out, but I'm gonna let the planner do that because he's more articulate than I am. But at the end of the day, staff's recommendation as to denial is what stands. And so with that being said, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Kadams. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't keep it together either.
Hello again. Would you like me to give my address for the record?
No, it's not necessary, but thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay.
You don't want to get unnecessary letters and things like that. So.
No, definitely not. Much appreciated. I feel like there is a rather large elephant in the room, and I'm trying to figure out how to put this in perspective. The applicants acknowledged that the proposed CPD amendment is subject to the density equivalency factor. The density equivalency factor is based upon the maximum density allowed in the land use plan category that this property is located within. That's mixed residential, 6 units per acre. I do not see in the staff report any mention of a deviation from the density equivalent factor. I think that was added today on the floor. Don't think it was in the staff report. Don't think it was analyzed. I don't know where that came from, and I don't think that's proper. It needs to be part of the application and needs to be analyzed by the staff and presented to you as a deviation. Secondly, if they were to have asked for that deviation, which they didn't, it's not allowable. It's not allowable because the maximum equivalency factor authorized in the comprehensive plan, which is the controlling document, is an equivalency factor of 3. An equivalency factor of 3 instead of the 2 in the land development code gives them about 105 units. They already have about 195. So I don't find any basis for them to, I don't find any basis that they've asked for that deviation, and I don't find a basis upon which the town can grant such a deviation. The land development code provides that, I'm just going to pull that up here. It provides, under the equivalent in Division 19, it provides that under exceptional circumstances, with several additional evaluation criteria attached to it, again, which aren't part of this request because it wasn't made prior to the meeting and it wasn't analyzed with these additional criteria that are in Division 19. It says that an applicant can exceed the equivalency factor based on an analysis of these criteria, but in no case can it exceed the allowable intensity of the comprehensive plan. The maximum intensity in the comprehensive plan for this land use category is 6 units to the acre and an equivalency factor of 3, which is the maximum equivalency factor that can be requested. I would also note that there's a second intensity standard in the mixed residential category, and that is a town-wide maximum amount of commercial land use that is allowed in the category, in addition to the density limitation. There's been no competent substantial evidence that that number hasn't been exceeded or isn't being exceeded. We don't know what it is. So for all of these reasons, we're not here today to focus on the height or the setbacks or these these design aspects. There's a foundational issue here in terms of their inability to request the additional intensity that's necessary to allow this development proposal to proceed, that's necessary to allow this CPD amendment to proceed. These are the bones of the town's growth management, and I think they're kind of being ignored. I'm a little bewildered, to be honest. I've not seen a request in my 30 plus years come forward that didn't even have that basic foundation to rest on as far as permitted entitlement under the governing comprehensive plan and the land development regulations. Thank you.
We ask questions?
Yes, please.
So let me understand the argument you're making about the equivalency factor. I heard three things. It wasn't analyzed by staff. They don't have the right to ask for it, and we don't have the authority to approve it. An exception to that? Can you go through those three for me and
Sure.
make sure I understand what your testimony is?
First of all, I didn't see it in the staff report. Didn't see that it was a request. It was not analyzed. It was not presented as a request. I believe the applicant said it was part of deviation number 5, but that just talks about height.
That's right.
Okay, so the request wasn't made properly.
Okay.
I would tell you that it's not okay for them, that it's not appropriate for them to make it on the floor. That's what applications are for. That's what the staff review process is for. So I think that was a last minute add-on. So that's a defect right there.
Okay.
Number 2, they are not entitled to be granted a deviation to give them 241 units or 239 units, simply because it exceeds the maximum intensity allowed in the comprehensive plan. The CPD plan developments are all subject to the maximum intensity limits in the comprehensive plan. That is the backstop, is the comprehensive plan.
We'll come back to questions for this, unless, Sarah, did you want to make a comment?
It is staff's interpretation that intensity in the land development code actually refers to FAR.
Correct.
Density is the dwelling units, and the equivalency factor, intensity is the floor area ratio. That's how we look at that.
So, Sarah, while you're standing there, though, but what about the official request for this deviation of the equivalency factor?
The official request for the equivalency, yes, that is relatively new. It did come to us after the agenda was
It was new to us
published.
today.
Yes. I knew that the applicant had sent out.
Oh, yes, they
Yeah.
did. Yes,
Okay,
they did.
but
That's
it
right.
was,
Yeah, we
okay,
got that.
yeah,
Yes.
so it was intended to go out, however, it was not in the agenda packet, so that is correct.
Had you received it?
I had received it, although I had limited time to do the review that I'd hoped for, just because several things
Did it
changed
come back?
last week.
We talked, in the last couple of months about establishing deadlines. Did it come in after
Yes.
the deadline?
Yes,
Yes.
it came in after they received the staff report. They had concerns regarding the staff recommendation of denial. They went back through and re-looked at some things. They also recognized that some of the documents they had submitted apparently didn't get uploaded into our portal, so I hadn't removed the request to remove the garage from the floor area ratio, so.
It's difficult for us to get these things last minute.
Yep.
Especially if we've already reviewed the packet that was submitted.
Yes,
And it happened on two of the petitions today.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I would suggest it's more difficult for staff than it is
Yes,
for
it
us.
is.
Yeah,
It is.
well, it's both.
But even more importantly, we asked for this process to be secured so that you all and we would have proper time and proper whatever to review these cases. So, in order to uphold the effort that the staff has made on our behalf, yours and everybody else's, it seems, I don't know what we do with that yet, but you know what, we're gonna move on to public comment, and we'll come back to this topic.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, go right ahead, Jim.
One follow-up to Anita's point. So back to equivalency for a second, so I want to make sure we're all very clear about how we're processing this. It's your representation, or you can make it differently if I'm not stating it right, that the way the intervener has described what we should be looking at, focusing on, and therefore have no latitude to approve or deviate from, is a different approach than you take on how you analyze the request. And therefore, the way you see it, we do have authority by which to opine on whether or not we want to approve that additional deviation on equivalency. Is that correct?
Yes, it
Okay,
is
got it.
staff's opinion that intensity refers to floor area ratio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna open this to public comment. So who'd like to be first?
I have
Come.
two signed up.
Oh, you have 2 people signed up. Well, we've already got somebody on their feet.
You got it.
Cassie, were you sworn in to begin
I
with?
wasn't, yes, I was.
Okay,
Good
great.
morning, everyone. Cassius Upton, born and raised, Fort Myers Beach. I have an issue with the Pink Shell project. I understand the applicant said that the units that were taken out in the 00-07 are not part of this. My problem is that you had 47 units moved to the beach side from 45. Now, they know they don't have a leg to stand on because they gave away that density. That's not what they're talking about. They bought a baby lot that's not even a half an acre, and they want to now recoup that density that they gave up to build their big hotel. So, in a long story short, they come in, make an agreement. Anita Saraciti, you were on council during this time, and eyed it. They gave up that density on the bay side to make their resort. They got their resort. Now, unfortunately, Ian comes through, and now they buy a little baby lot and want to get a height variance and increase in density, which, again, I just don't even see where that comes from. You had a single-family home there. You want to build a duplex. Congratulations. Shouldn't be an issue. Building a 40-unit hotel, which is basically recouping the deviations that you lost for your beachfront, I don't agree with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie. Amy, will you call the two names?
Yep, I have Kathy Schultz, and after Kathy is Richard Outerslice.
Kathy? Good morning, Kathy.
Go
I'm
ahead
Kathy
and
Schultz.
Pull the mic down to you.
Kathy Schultz, 394 Estero, and my parents actually own at Vacation Villas. On January 10th, 2000, the Fort Myers Beach Town Council held a hearing to consider a variance made by Pink Shell to amend its Bayside CPD to remove 47 units and to add these units to a 45-unit building on the Gulf side, increasing the height of the building from 6 stories over parking to 9 stories over recreation and lobby. So it's really 7 and 11 stories. Attorney Beverly Grady spoke on behalf of Boykin Hotel Properties and Pink Shell. The minutes for her presentation read as follows. Applicants are here today to present to us an amended plan which they believe is creative and positive and better for the town, the public, and for Pink Shell. It has received a positive staff recommendation, unanimous approval from the LPA, and in our packets are support from members of the public. On the bay side, 47 units have been eliminated. On the Gulf side plan, 30 feet in height has been added to the approved 45-unit, 6-story structure. It would now, with this approval, contain 92 units. The proposed plan for the bay side will open the bay vista to the traveling public on the north end. We will have 300 feet of passive use divided between each end of the property. We will see the green space. We will see the landscaping. In addition to the 300 feet divided between the two ends, we'll see there has been created a valet parking opportunity that's reduced the amount of land normally dedicated to parking. Also being created is a pedestrian interpretive walkway that meanders through the south end of the property, along the bay, over the dock, and then meanders back to Estero Boulevard. There will be a sidewalk provided along Estero Boulevard on the bay side. There will be landscaping along both sides of Estero Boulevard. Extensive landscaping will buffer the parking lot. The plan proposes 7,500 plants. There will be beach vegetative plantings. The town council approved this plan with a vote of 3-1. Pink Shell should be held to their past commitments, not offered the opportunity to make new promises to break.
Thank you, Kathy. Who's our next speaker, Amy?
Richard Outerslice.
Good morning.
Good morning. Richard Outerslice. I'm a long family-oriented owners in the Vacation Villas. Original. We've been, personally and my wife Carol have been owners since 1994. I have served on the board of directors, I've been the president of the association, and I'm quite intimately familiar with what has gone on and somewhat familiar with what is currently going on. I have real concerns about allowing deviations that create a huge building where one has never been planned or should have been allowed to be put. There's nice pictures, but you really do not get an idea of the scale until you try to visualize it actually on the lot. It takes up the entire lot, and it's going to eliminate any view that we have enjoyed for 50 years of the bay. The setbacks should not be allowed, because all it does is expand the size of that building. But there's a bigger issue. I heard a faint reference to leased parking lots for vacation villas on Pink Shell property. Well, they're not leased. They are officially deeded easement for the 5 parking places. And essentially, they prevent, I don't have copies, but essentially, they overlap the yellow little spot. 20% of the surface area of the lot. Now, what I can't understand is when the application was made, they did not identify the easement. Because the easement, it requires Pink Shell, Vacation Villas, and the town to agree on moving the easement before anything else can happen. So, why it was not included, I do not know. It has been said that the resort and our board have been in discussions over it. They have not been able to come to an agreement for a large number of reasons. We would like to have a solution, but saying you have 8 parking places in a locked area that is significantly away from the building isn't a reasonable, particularly if you have constant changes in people parking, because it's most of the building is now rented. So that creates real issues. So we don't have yet a solution, but I have one recommendation that might be agreeable to all people. And that is simply, if Pink Shell Resorts, Vacation Villas Board, and the town could get together and create a document to get an easement on county land in Bowditch Park directly adjacent to Vacation Villas.
Okay.
We could we could move that parking lot. It would open up the lot in question. Now, I would think that'd be a reasonable approach.
We'll see. Thank you, sir, for your comments. I appreciate them. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this case? Patrick?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with the neighborhood company. I wasn't planning on speaking about this case. I'm also a resident, And I feel compelled to address the issue from the other planner that spoke against the project. I've looked at the policy previously. I just double-checked it right now as we were speaking. In my opinion, the limitations to density, the equivalency ratio of the 1 to 3 applies to straight zoning, by right zoning. You have to look at the entire context and the other discussions within the comp plan. In the discussion of density, there is a section that talks about the ability to exceed that equivalency ratio through a plan development. Also, when you look at the land development code, we have a table that ranges from 1 to 3. Again, someone that has zoning, that is not changing their zoning and wants to do it by right, they can apply those ratios that range from 1 to 3. The maximum on that table is 3. But when you go to the footnotes of that table, it says that under exceptional circumstances and through the PD process, you can ask to exceed that equivalency ratio. So in my opinion, I think they have every right to ask for it. I think that in our case also, we have the right to ask for it. And also, we've got precedent of other projects, and there's been an interpretation with these previous projects that have gotten greater equivalency ratios that kind of set the record. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. And while the language in the comp plan could be a little clear, and that might be a cleanup that we do when we update our comp plan, that we make it crystal clear. But the body of evidence, in my opinion, points to the right to ask for a greater equivalency ratio.
Thank you.
Can I just add on the record, I think Mr. Vaness has already been considered by the LPA as
He
an
has.
expert in land use planning in Fort
Yes.
Myers Beach.
Thank
Thank you.
Is anyone else here would like to speak on the Pink Shell case? Anybody? Okay, we're going to close the public comment. And Sarah, you want to take a break at this point? Yes. Jim has to, what time do you have to leave?
Noon.
Jim has to leave at noon, so let's just take a 10-minute break, okay?
No stress, Sarah.
No stress, Sarah. Thank you all. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose Jim here momentarily, so, Sarah, Amy, you wanna get us up to date?
Hello again, for the record, Amy Tebow, Bretzel. Per our discussion with Sarah and with the applicant, we.
Are you
for
referring
you
to
guys,
us?
coming back to you guys in December.
Well, my dear, I can't tell you that, because, I mean, right now, our meeting is scheduled for the 10th.
Sorry.
Sarah, do you know something we don't know?
Yes, that was coming up at the community
Development items.
community development items.
Okay.
At a request to have an additional meeting on December 3rd, due to the large number of large applications that are in for next month.
Okay. Let me just ask, so the applicant is going to request a continuation for a date certain of the 3rd. Is that correct, Amy? And then the question really to precede that will be, is the LPA going to be willing to meet on the 3rd? I don't have a problem with it. How about you, Jim?
I can certainly make it work.
Okay, you, Jane?
No problem.
Already in my calendar.
Okay. Hey, Don, can you be here in person on the 3rd?
I won't be on the 3rd, I will be on the 10th.
Okay, well, you know, 1 out of 2 isn't bad. All right.
So,
Okay.
Madam Chair, since you have afforded intervener status, has the intervener been asked as far as their availability on the 3rd?
Mr. DeWitt, can you be available on the 3rd of December?
Thank you, Richard DeWitt. We're checking our schedule right now. I believe I will be, and Jeff will be too, so yeah, thank you
Wonderful.
so much.
Thank you for being so
Absolutely.
accommodating. We appreciate that.
Appreciate it, thank you.
9
Okay.
AM for clarity?
Yes.
9 AM?
9 AM. Sarah, you're good with 9 AM?
Sarah, Nancy, procedurally, we've had the public comment. We've done everything, so at this point, someone could make a motion for a continuance.
So
To a
moved.
date certain.
So we've got a motion for a continuance to a date
Second.
certain, 9 AM on December 3rd. Is there, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, and thank you, folks. We'll see you again on the 3rd of December. Okay, we'll move on. The next case. The next case is the Neptune Inn CPD, 2310 and 2316-2320 Estero Boulevard. This is ordinance 24XX, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida. You know what, I'm just gonna wait until folks clear out here, so our video and audio will be clear.
I'll leave mine, everybody else's, so.
Good luck, Hank.
Okay.
Good luck. Just let the record reflect that Jim Bowen is leaving.
Bye, Jim.
Good luck.
Yeah, with the dentist.
You want me to read your comments?
I actually had written up before we did the continuance
Okay.
on pink shells.
Got it.
Okay, so we'll continue here. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development, CPD zoning, for the property located at 2310 Estero Boulevard and 2316-2320 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 194624W3043-0N 0001, 194624W30430000CE, and 194624W3011A and .0010 Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, is there any ex parte communication on the Neptune Inn? Dawn, do you have any?
I spoke with the neighborhood company on this a couple times and the owners way back.
Okay, how about you, John?
The same.
And Jane?
I met with them once.
How about you, Jim?
I'm the same as Don, met with them once and had follow-up conversations. One additional point, I also have made a referral to them of a potential general contractor. They were looking for options on that. I haven't had any conversation subsequent to making that referral, so
Okay.
nothing else.
I have had conversations with Pat Vaness, the neighborhood company, and I have also done a video conference with the property owner back for a while. But anyhow, all right. Thank you very much.
So,
Will.
can I ask,
Does anybody have a
Mr.
comment?
Dunlap?
Yes, ma'am.
Dunlap, so your referral, there's no exchange of money, there's no special benefit coming to you as a result of that referral?
That is absolutely correct.
All right, thank you. Just putting it on the record.
I am, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, I would like to disclose one other thing. I don't know that it's relevant, but for the last 2 years, I've been living on Delmar Street, so I'm extremely familiar with the property and the area.
Okay. Well, if that has to be disclosed, I live on Fairweather across the street, so.
And I'm on E-Grid, but probably it's not close.
So thank you for those disclosures, because that goes to your knowledge of the area, and it would be somewhat the equivalent of a site visit. So it's good to go ahead and disclose that of record, so thank you.
Well, I will correct mine because I have walked on the property several times since Eden.
Okay.
Since it's directly across.
Okay. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development.
Good morning, Sarah.
The neighborhood company, on behalf of CHG Neptune Acquisitions LLC, has applied for a CPD to reconstruct the Neptune Inn located at 2310 and 2316/2320 Estero Boulevard. The site previously had 71 lodging units and accessory resort uses. The applicant is proposing a new resort development with 148 lodging units and resort accessory units with a floor area ratio of 1.48. This application includes several deviations, one for connection separation, for driveway for entrances, one for landscaping in the parking area that's underneath the building. They're proposing a different landscape betterment plan. One for to decrease the number of parking spaces that are required. They have provided a traffic impact statement and an evaluation from a traffic engineer. They're asking for to not include the floor area ratio or the garage area, the parking area, in the floor area ratio calculation. They are proposing additional height above the allowed 30 feet in the CR zoning district for a maximum height of, it's actually increased a bit, and the applicant will explain that here shortly, but they are asking for a deviation for height and the number of stories. They're asking for a maximum of 6 stories, 4 stories over 2 levels of parking, and they'll explain the additional height change. And then also they're asking to allow a deviation for the equivalency factor. So they were at 71 units before. They're asking for 148 resort hotel units. This is a 6.2 equivalency factor. And also they are asking for a floor area ratio of 1.5 from 1.2. In the CR zoning district, they're allowed, and that's what they have to ask for the deviation from. They're allowed up to 1.2. However, they are in the Boulevard Future Land Use District, and the Boulevard allows an increase up to 1.5 through the CPD process. And I will let the applicant explain the rest of their project. Do you have any questions for me?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Questions?
Good.
Don, a question for Sarah yet?
No, nothing yet.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon now, I think.
Yes, by 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, LPA members. Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of the applicant, which is CHG Neptune Acquisitions LLC.
Noel, have we qualified you before as an expert?
Yes, I believe so.
We did, okay.
Okay, the full project team is here today. Adam Valenti is our client representative. Pat Vanass and Ken Galander are here from the neighborhood company. Our architect, Chris Myers, is here. Ted Treesh is our transportation engineer. And J.R. Evans is our civil engineer. This is a rezone request to commercial plan development, CPD, from commercial resort, CR. It is not a comprehensive plan amendment, and the resort use is a permitted use by right today under the CR zoning. Our client purchased the property in September of 2021, so they owned and operated it for approximately a year before Ian. They did suffer catastrophic damage during Ian, and then since then diligently followed your rezone process, including the required pre-application meeting, community outreach meeting, and worked closely with your town staff on the application for rezone. As you are aware, following today's hearing, there will be 2 readings in front of your town council. And with that, if I may, I'm going to turn it over directly to my client representative, Adam Valenti. I will remain available for your questions at the conclusion of applicant's presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Adam Valenti.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to briefly give a little bit of our organization, a little bit of really why we purchased the Neptune, the thoughts we had at the time, and I think it's relevant and leads into what we've proposed and what's in front of you today. So our company, Continental Hospitality Group, is based in Columbus, Ohio. Our business is to find what we consider to be special hotel properties. We do look around the country. We though pass and say no to most, and it's because our criteria is we're ultimately trying to find out what are the properties that we think have long-term value and stewardship over the long run, because our ownership team we're not a private equity fund, we're not a real estate investment trust or more the big institutional owners that perhaps see property as something to trade in and out of. Ours is a family-owned company investing with and for a number of families. So just by way of a little bit of background, when we got wind of the Neptune and evaluated it, of course it was before the hurricane. If we had a crystal ball, not sure I'd be in front of you here today, but we don't have a crystal ball. What we saw is a property that was built in the 1960s and over time has really been beloved. I mean, we hadn't seen a lot of this before. I've been in the hotel business since I was 16 and on the investment side and buying and developing hotel properties for 20 plus years. And as we were in our evaluation of this property, never really seen as much fervor and love for a property from guests. Hear about it a lot. You don't always see it. Postcards and letters and things like that. And it was a very interesting and I think a telling reality that this is a hotel that's been enjoyed for actually a few generations now, I guess, if we look at 60 plus years. In fact, hopefully y'all get a little humor out of this. We had one guest who would come every year for an extended period, and we had his own favorite mattress in the back that when he would come in, we'd have to install his mattress. And so the different lens from which we evaluated and saw this property. So our plan at the time was never development. It was never redevelopment. It was simply to reinvest in the property, steward the property to remain a high quality property within what it was. 71 keys, really catering to families, quiet, relaxing atmosphere. In fact, there was no food and beverage on site at all, which was interesting. We saw that as an opportunity. So while we thought we'd spend a little bit in the rooms and just refresh and again maintain the property, the one thing we wanted to be able to do was to get a tiki bar and a little grill so we could check that off the list of things that we offered. But then Ian, and really obviously that forced us to reevaluate that whole equation. And all the while, and I think what you'll see today is the the singular approach we've taken is how do we rebuild, not develop, I don't think, how do we rebuild in a way that allows us to have a financially viable project, in our minds, not by any means trying to propose something above and beyond. We certainly see it as let's put forward the really minimum from a feasibility standpoint, but of a very high quality nature, something that we're proud of, something we hope you all are proud of. When you look at it, you drive and walk by it every day, for many, 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 many years. And part of that thought process, and the team will obviously get into here, is of course the balancing act of what does a resort provide, not just to us the owners, of course to the community. And the essence of that, as far as I'm concerned, is we use timeless, not often, but our approach here, how do we provide a timeless look and feel of a property, amenities and a relationship, not just to the guest, but to the team member and the community, where we want this to be highly desirable to everybody involved. To us, if we can't deliver that, it's not going to go anywhere. So that's what we've really poured into this. It is not an inexpensive project. We did not say, what can we do for the lowest dollar, by no stretch of the imagination. And so want to give a little bit of the context there. And part of our reality just doesn't, this is not, I don't think, a fact that is an important consideration of your all's, but of ours, is easily a $15 million insurance hole that we had to fill. So that's just the reality of, we purchased it before the hurricane. The hurricane did what the hurricane did. Construction costs and the reality of borrowing costs and everything the way they are and the way they're going to be for the foreseeable future, from every sign on our side, is, we have that reality too. And so I think with that, importantly too, listening to the feedback, the community, the neighborhood company, and our team, we've really leaned into now for the better part of 2 years. It seems a little bit like yesterday, but we're really hopeful that we've really struck that balance. So with that, I think I'm done, but look forward to the conversation and certainly questions as we go.
Adam,
Yes.
before you leave, let's deal with the one that's obvious and resonating in the street. Why is the building still there?
Building's still there, for I think a few reasons, but principally at the end of the day, we have a lender in place. That lender has expressed to us concern about us demolishing the building prior to knowing what the future is for the building. Not an uncommon behavior with lenders whose collateral is any improvements on the property with which they lent. Now, I appreciate you asking, because the good news is we think by Thanksgiving we will have their consent to be able to demolish the building. So our goal now is, and we're working on getting proposals. We've got one. We need more than one, but I think we anticipate by Q1 having the project demolished. So I see that happening. A little early to fully commit, but we think we'll have that consent and approval from our lender before Thanksgiving. That would enable us to really get that building knocked down and cleared.
Jim, is that valid?
It is on a couple fronts. You've heard of chain of custody in legal cases. There's also a chain of collateral. And without permission from the lien holders to demolish that building, the loan will be due and payable, causing a covenant violation, maintaining collateral. And there's not an automatic leap for the new facility to automatically get access to that. You have to go through an entirely different process to get that. I can see where they're doing it. They're probably leveraging the fact that that same lender would be involved perhaps in the new deal, therefore that collateral transition would be easier. But it's not unusual. It's very difficult to do, and if you're not from here, because I know the banks up in Ohio, they're going to be very, very concerned about having a piece of land where they used to have a building.
Adam, could I just elaborate a little bit on what Mr. Dunlap has asked you?
Please.
Your property is probably the single most complained about property on Fort Myers Beach. And it isn't that the building's standing there. It's that it's in ruins. I mean, this is certainly not part of what will be considered in the analysis of your zoning case, but from a public's point of view, Every time somebody drives by that property and sees it it's not the building, it's the property, and the condition that it's in, it's been rather insulting. So I'm expressing that to you because I feel pretty sure you're gonna hear it from someone today. And if it is a loud cry that we have heard over and over and over again, and it's been expressed. So I just want you to know that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you.
And we're very hopeful that we can
So are we.
get rid of that
So are we.
permanently.
So are we. All right.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Patrick.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Patrick Van Ness. I'm a certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. I am also a 20-year Fort Myers Beach resident, and I've had the pleasure to serve just like you on the LPA for several years. And I certainly understand and can feel the challenges that you have to go through with all these petitions. I've got some paper copies
Some
of the
books?
presentation. I
Okay,
think that
good.
might be helpful for you guys to follow along.
Thanks, Pat. Gracious.
So usually this is the point where I would tell you that it's a pleasure to be here, and that I'm excited to present this great project, the Neptune Resort,
And
and their
what's stopping
petition.
you from that, Pat?
Well, to be honest with you, I come before you today very tired. I am tired. My whole entire family is tired. My neighbors are tired. We've all been bruised and battered by
Beat
these
to
last
hell.
two storms.
Yes.
I think for a lot of people, these last two storms have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, we're seeing some of our friends and neighbors leave the island. They're not
Yep.
coming back.
That's right.
Okay. So I think that's some of the stuff I want to discuss today. These are things that we have to consider. It's got to be part of the discussions. It's got to be part of our analysis and evaluation of projects moving forward.
In what way?
The context of where we are, what we need to do, how we rebuild.
How we're gonna
You know,
do it.
we're 2 years into this and we got hit all over again.
Okay.
So there's this idea of we need to be expedient. We need to get things going, move things along. So I think these storms have really tested our resolve. I, for one, I can tell you that, look, my resolve is strong. I'm not giving up on this island. We could have asked for the moon on this property. We could have asked for way more. And we always went in to that initial discussion with the owners, explaining what we understood, what I understood of this island, what I understood the concerns to be, and the sensitive issues. And they acknowledged that from the very beginning. And they said, yes, we are not gonna ask for what we could ask for, we're gonna ask for what we need, what makes our project viable and financially feasible. So from that standpoint, I'll forward my slide here and catch up a little bit. Okay. One of the very important things for the very beginning is they've always catered to families, and they've always catered to extended stays. And they've built in that concept to the new project. Also, it was very important for the very beginning to look at what benefits could be provided. I will go into the benefits and the financial impacts at the end of the presentation. Ken and Chris, our architect, are gonna walk you through the details. But what's really interesting, without going to those details, what I'm seeing with all these different hearings is we are gonna have a community that is working in a partnership with the hotels. It seems like every hotel that is coming before you is willing to be inclusive of the residents. And if you think about most resort towns or destination towns, typically there's a wall and there's this clear separation between the residents and the hotels and the guests, and it's private, and it's restricted. And I think the direction we're going is a true collaboration where there's gonna be some recognition that we have to work with the locals, and we wanna give access to the locals, and they will be great ambassadors for our business. So, some of the other issues that were important to this project is this quality design, quality development. This idea that, just like many of us in rebuilding our homes, we're taking this opportunity to make the homes better. Obviously, we have to make them stronger, taller, but also taking that opportunity to maybe having some little luxuries that we didn't have before with our tiny little cottages. So I think they're doing the same. They're looking at the market. The consumer today expects more amenities, expects higher ceilings, and a different quality, and they've built that in. And ultimately, in the end, we want to talk about financial feasibility, because especially in light of what we've been through, and kind of the precarious position we're in, dealing with regular storms now, it seems like, we have to make sure that we are resilient, not just from an individual building standpoint, but as a community. And obviously, if we start having that dialogue and addressing those issues, there are significant costs associated with that. So I think we need to be strong financially as a community, and we need to have a good tax base in order to afford these needs that we're gonna have to develop a town-wide resiliency program. So I think we can all agree that the key points that we're gonna discuss today, the key issues, are gonna be height and density. So at least from the standpoint of height, I've been listening to all the different meetings that the LPA's had, council's had. It seems that we've had a bit of a shift in attitude. And I'm not saying this is across the board and everybody necessarily agrees, but I think the way we looked at height previously and the importance we assigned to it might be changing a little bit. And I think there's been a recognition that with allowing some height in the right places and with the right design, you can create view corridors, you can create some other benefits on site. So I think, at least from a height issue, with some of the other cases we've had, there seems to be an openness to allow that to happen. And there's been discussion from some of the different members that maybe not as much of a concern as it used to be. So the other big issue is density. And what I'm hoping and what I'm asking you is to keep an open mind about density. Because just like height, I think the allowance for greater density is needed to make these projects a reality. It's needed to expedite our redevelopment, and it's also needed to make sure our businesses are successful and that they're resilient in the long term, and they build the right way, and when I talk about resiliency, it's not just, physical resiliency, it's being strong, being resilient to basically face all the challenges that the hotels have to face. So please keep that in mind. Some other key points that I'd like you to keep in mind as we talk about this is this idea of public benefit. We've listened to your discussions. We've listened to council's discussion. I completely agree that a lot of these benefits are subjective, and the weight that one person gives to certain benefit may not be the weight that the other person gives to it. I get that. So our intent is not to debate the weight of all these benefits. The way we see it is we have presented a basket of benefits. And those include the public benefits that you guys have talked about, the special benefits. It talks about amenities and also the public impact included as part of this project. In my mind, those create a basket of benefits. And the way I see it is your job is to weigh that basket of benefits and to evaluate if it's commensurate with the ask. We certainly believe so. We think that the benefits that we provide justify the ask. And in this case, we're asking for some added density and some additional height. But again, I think we've kept it reasonable and kept it to the minimum needed to make this a successful project. Some other things to keep in mind. The property owners are existing owners. These are not speculators that came in after the fact. These are not people that have to justify a purchase that occurred afterwards. As mentioned, they bought this property a year to the day before Ian. It was a great asset for them. It was a great hotel, but they have to face realities and they have to rebuild and they have to find solutions. So there is a rational nexus, a very clear reason why, we had an Ian that destroyed their property and why they're before you today asking for more density. Also, please keep in mind that hotel owners and hotel builders face way more risk than the average developer, okay? I think we all understand, we've had those discussions that, on top of really bad storms, including, 5 flooding events since Ian, they've had to face COVID, they've had to face red tide, they've had to face shortage of employees. They've had to face all those challenges. So when we try to keep them in a box and not allow for that additional density, we're really squeezing them. And we're making that risk even greater. We want, in my mind, we want our businesses to be successful. And if they're offering a product and betting on us as a community and taking that risk, and they're telling us we need a little leeway here, we need a little more density to make sure that we are viable in the long term, I think we have to listen to that. Also, you've heard Seagate. When you compare a hotel builder versus a residential condo builder, risks are very different. As Matt explained, they go to pre-sales. When they have enough pre-sales, they feel confident, we'll go get our loan, we'll start building. We can build multiple buildings also, so we minimize our risk and do it over time. When these guys decide to put the shovel in the ground, they're all in, 100% in. And they have to deliver that hotel, a quality hotel, and they have to deliver quickly because the interest clock is ticking. And the day they open that hotel, they will be judged automatically on the quality of the resort and the quality of service there. So they're all in. These guys are taking a big bet. The other thing that I'd like you to keep in mind is this issue of the recent storms and the need to really have a resiliency discussion townwide. We need to start looking at solutions, comprehensive solutions, and I'm not sure, I'm not an engineer, but there are people that know this stuff, about how you strengthen the berm. Do you look at seawalls, bulkheads? Do we underground utilities? Do we ensure that we seed our berm immediately so it doesn't get washed away? I'm not sure. I think it's gonna be a combination of solutions like this, but what I am sure about is all those solutions are gonna be very expensive. And I think the handouts from FEMA are gone, okay? They have multiple communities that they're dealing with right now that are in greater need than we are. And, just natural process, they start forgetting about us. So we're gonna have to take care of ourselves. We're gonna have to have a good, strong tax base to be able to address those infrastructure improvements. Also, there's a lot of discussion about existing infrastructure. Can it take more development? Can we allow more development on this island? So I'd like to address this because when it comes to water and sewer, okay, there has been no credible, substantial evidence that we cannot meet, that we have capacity problems and cannot meet the demand. To the contrary, every time the utilities and staff has been asked if we have sufficient capacity, the answer has been a resounding yes. So until someone can prove otherwise, I think that's what we've heard. That's the best available information. The other big issue that comes about when we talk about our infrastructure is traffic, okay? Granted, I've lived here for 20 years. I know about the traffic issue, okay? But I won't go into technical details, I'll just give you my experience and anecdotal evidence. So, 20 years, and we've had periods where number of units on this island have gone up and down, and bad traffic in season has been a constant. But we also have to realize it is a short window as part of the year. And even during season, during the day, we all know that there are ebbs and flows. Mid-afternoon at 2 o'clock, I can get off the island relatively easy. Early morning and late afternoon, whole different story. We also have evidence that, and I was talking to Jackie, Jackie's got an article at the Chamber dating back to the 1930s where it explains that it's taken an hour to get off the island on the north end. So this has been an issue that we've had to deal with throughout the years. But keep in mind that in the 1930s, the number of units on this island were very different. So what I want you guys to keep in mind is we have not demonstrated a one-to-one correlation. There is no direct correlation between units on this island and the congestion that we experience. Of course, when you have new development, it does cause trips. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we have not proven a one-to-one correlation, meaning that for every hotel unit that you put on this beach, you're gonna have a marked difference in traffic. And the way I can demonstrate this is, if you look at the last year, guys, most of the units, most of the hotel units, I think we were 60% down. Only 40% were online. The residential units, I don't know what your estimate is, but I'm using an estimate of maybe 50% of the residential units were online.
And we still have traffic.
And we had crazy traffic last year, okay? So, do you understand what I mean? There is no direct correlation between units and traffic.
Corridor slowing everybody down.
So the idea is, we know that the day trips are a lot more significant to our traffic than the residential trips and the density that we have on this island. Also, some people say, well, that was the construction traffic. Well, you know what's funny, guys? I was here all summer. I don't think construction slowed down during the summer. I didn't deal with traffic all summer. So we have to acknowledge that the brunt of our traffic issue is from day trippers, not for the number of units that are built on this island. So that's where I'm asking you to keep that in mind and to maybe have an open mind as to, does it make sense to allow more density to create viable projects? One last thing, and I had a conversation with Anita last week, and I've heard the same thing from many folks, and what Anita heard was, if we allow these projects to come in, Fort Myers Beach will not be recognizable in 10 years. And some of you may know, before I moved to this area, first place I lived in Florida was in Key West, and I was there for about 5 years with my wife. We loved it there, but when we lived in Key West, there was always some old timers that used to say, Key West is changing, it used to be different, and we can't allow any of this development to happen. And what's funny is, Key West to me was great. That's what I understood when I lived there. There was a certain essence or vibe that I was looking for, and I experienced that. And 5 years later, when we left, we had some new friends that had come in, and they had moved to Key West for the same reasons we lived there. They liked that vibe, they liked that experience. And their experience 5 years later was a great experience for them. Things may have changed slightly, but the essence and the character of Key West was still the same. And what's funny is once we left Key West, we didn't go back for 15 to 20 years. I can't remember, I think it was more like 17 years. We didn't return. And we finally went back, and we spent the weekend there. And yes, there were some changes, more hotels, more cruise ships. But the essence of Key West and the character of Key West has not changed. It's still there. So what I'd like to say is that Fort Myers Beach, we're a bunch of pirates. And what I mean by that is a lot of us are a little nonconformist, maybe a little irreverent, and we tend to like to have fun. And that's why we choose to be here. And we can have bigger homes, maybe a few larger resorts. But we know what those are. We already know what's gonna happen. But what I feel strongly about is in 10 years from now, that essence and that feeling that we have on Fort Myers Beach will still be here. So, with that said, I will turn things over to Ken, and I'll be back at the end of the presentation. We'll talk about benefits, and we'll talk about economic impacts. Thanks.
I love the pirate story. It's true. Oh, a 3D printer
See how
model.
small, see how small this
Yeah,
building is?
Itty bitty.
Resort for ants.
Exactly.
Thanks, Chris. Well, I don't know how you follow that up, but I certainly appreciate Patrick's perspective, and now I get the privilege of kind of giving you guys the building the record and the kind of facts and our professional opinion. But good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Nice to see you, Ken.
Yeah, and I'm not Fred, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, because Fred was here earlier.
Yes, right. So I couldn't resist.
You know how often I tell that story? Because I name somebody something and it's like it just
It
sticks.
sticks, yeah.
It sticks.
Exactly. But for the record, Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, a certified planner, partner with Patrick Vanass. So I'm just gonna start, and pardon me, I'm kind of getting over a little something, and just bear with me.
Do you want some water? You have
I've
some?
got some,
Okay.
yep, thank you. Just to start out, we have our subject property, the 3 parcels that Anita went through with all the strap numbers, but we do have factually 24 underlining platted lots that will be applicable to some discussion down the road. 2.46 acres. Our future land use map category is the boulevard, which allows for these type of commercial and the residential mixed type developments. The existing zoning, as stated previously, is the commercial resort. As Sarah and Noel acknowledged, that this use is a permitted by right use within that zoning district. Unfortunately, we all are aware and we are very familiar that this is a significantly damaged and it's been sitting as a vacant motor inn property. Our surrounding uses vary from, we obviously have rights of way, vacant and destroyed commercial properties, but some over time are starting to be rebuilt, and the residential, obviously the Gulf of Mexico, and again, just a variety of commercial and residential properties surrounding us. Again, our request specifically is going from the commercial resort zoning district to the CPD, specifically a 148 unit resort hotel with restaurant and tiki bar that we have identified as being open and accessible by the public, some accessory internal retail for the guests, and recreational uses. We feel we're consistent with the comp plan and land development code, which allows us to seek this rezoning to the CPD. And as we've been laying the foundation for this, enabling us to have a better, stronger, and improved resilient development that is adhering to the plan development process, that in due time and for a long time will be beneficial to the town and its residents. The subject site, this is an aerial photo. I think we're all, excuse me, familiar with the location. It's just actually just right down the road a little bit, and just east of Diamond Head, across from where I was before you with the Sandy Bottoms. So just right across the street from that future commercial use. Just drilling down a little bit more on the location, the site design, and just aspects of compatibility. This is in, as the city has identified, the heart of the island, which is that mix of uses serving our visitors and our residents. It's that transitional zone from the downtown part where you have that more energetic, festive atmosphere. And then you have a little farther down to the east, that quieter center. So we're that in between. And this type of, the project that we're working on through this rezoning kind of complements that family-oriented, maintaining that legacy there. Obviously, it's along Estero Boulevard with the connectivity that people can easily walk, guests here or guests coming to the resort, to and from Times Square, in proximity to other resorts up and down Estero Boulevard and other commercial neighborhood businesses, restaurant, and actually the beach. We've been working on this for 2 years, over 2 years, as Adam mentioned. And it's been a very careful and what we consider a methodical review of the code and getting community input for that complementary and compatibility that we are seeking as part of this area of the heart of the island. But is it feasible under these new regulatory and these resilient and economic factors? So those are things that we have been working on, and I think time tells that we're bringing you something that will be beneficial. But this redevelopment enables us to reduce and eliminate some nonconformities that existed on the property through the setbacks. The actual building now will be landward of the 78 CCCL. The setbacks on the sides have been increased. They were non-conforming building was basically built along the property lines. That enables us to do some buffering to provide those view corridors and then that enhanced landscaping. And we consider a very exceptional architectural design through our community meetings and input. We've really received favorable feedback on that aspect of it. And it's been done through being an appropriate and consistent relationship with the height and scale surrounding the property. And again, that design enables us to provide for these view corridors from the public realm and the pedestrian amenities that we want to contribute to the town's effort of making sure those that are walking along Estero Boulevard have a very comfortable place that they're walking by, and I'll go into a little bit more details of what those little elements can be. And then just this prior family-oriented hotel, this will, in our opinion, continue with that legacy. Pardon me. So this is our master concept plan. I know it's maybe a little small for everyone to see, but I just want to hit on some key factors of what we're looking at. As you can see, the darker hatched portion of the master concept plan, that's the primary structure footprint. To the south there, the lighter shaded is the amenity deck, the pool, and the tiki bar would be on the western side of that area as proposed. We have two access points off of Estero Boulevard. We are seeking a deviation to ensure that we can have this. I'll go into more detail on those. They are specifically going to be designed specifically for certain turning movements to ensure the best safety and maneuverability, and based on the lane orientation within Estero Boulevard. We have the setbacks, 20 feet on the west side and 25 feet on the east side. Let's see, what else do we, the part of our components of and contributing to a public benefit is on the western side along Del Mar are 16 parking spaces. Those will be through the appropriate methods process dedicated to the town strictly for public use. Those aren't not included in our parking calculations. There's if you know this, the little laser pointer won't work, but there's 3 little stars along Estero Boulevard, basically at every pedestrian connection point. Those are what we are considering the pedestrian amenity zones. So those would be improved with enhanced landscaping, seating, lighting, trash cans. This for people, gives them opportunities to stop and rest and come and go through the project. We just think it's an element that contributes to that, the public realm. This next slide is the ground level parking plan for our project. And what this identifies within, and the bolded line is the footprint of the structure. There is an area designated for the bicycle rental facility, and also as part of our effort of providing different modes of transportation, 6 golf cart parking spaces that are going to be specifically dedicated. Those are, you can see it's in the northwest portion of underneath the building. You can also see what we've identified again are the 2 main access points off of Estero Boulevard. There is an egress point on the west side that takes you individuals out of the building onto Del Mar so that they can have full managed turning movements through the stop sign along Del Mar Avenue. So with that, I am going to have, we're going to have Chris Myers with the, our architect walk us through some of the renderings and how we have established this building.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could I seek expert status?
We'd love to do that.
This sounds great.
So let us know what your credentials are, sir.
Thank you. I'm Chris Myers, AIA. I'm the founding owner of Myers and Associates. We're a 25-year-old architecture and interior design firm. We're based in Columbus. However, we are opening an office in Southwest Florida soon. We hear you have great weather.
And a lot of building opportunities.
I have 2 degrees from Ohio State University, a bachelor's and a master's degree.
Yeah, runs it for us, doesn't it?
They either love you or they hate you. Also have postgraduate work at the Architectural Association in London and also at the Neptune. So I remember it fondly. And when Adam first when Adam first told me about the project, it brought back a lot of nice memories. One of the things that we talked about early on with Continental was really the mandate for the project was to preserve the essence and character of the Neptune. Now, obviously, it's not exactly like for like of what it is currently or what it was previously. But that character and that essence is essentially what Fort Myers Beach is all about. And what we're going to share with you is some features in this architecture that we hope exemplifies that. The other was this family-focused approach. Now, I know we're talking about density and exteriors, but all the way down to the design of the guest rooms. There's thoughtfulness when it comes to how do you establish a hotel project rooted around attracting families. And you know, historically what has been sort of annual visits from the same families again and again. That's the pursuit once again. We started this process in a series of community and engagement meetings, and we shared kind of presentations along the way, but there were some fundamental principles we were really trying to bring to those community groups to help understand, like, how do we make something that really fits the context? How do we fit the surroundings? It's obviously bigger than what was there before, but how can we use architecture and strong planning to be able to do something that fits? It's something that feels like it's meant to be there. So as mentioned, we're a 4-story building above a 2-level parking area. What that does is it allows us to be, you know, now currently compliant. Coastal construction lines, setbacks, property lines, all of those things. The current building really didn't work well with any of those. And so we have to get a little more compact to be able to meet all of that. And we also have to obviously meet new construction standards. So another storm may come, and if it does, this building should hold up pretty well. When we look at aligning with the context, I've been studying a lot of your other projects and really looking at some of the challenges that have been happening in any of these new developments. And one of the key factors that really comes up is massing and scale. And I wanted to touch on, as we go through some of these views, just some of the factors that we think are in the architectural design to sort of work well in creating scale, massing, and appropriateness for how these buildings are fitting into the context. And hopefully you see there's some distinction with what we're producing here. So this first image shows the rendered design of the property sitting on the current location, fitting within the adjacent scale and different building heights and massing surrounding us. And although it is taller, larger than the next door neighbors, what you see, hopefully, is that it blends. It blends nicely because there's a couple factors that play into that. There's 4 key principles, I think, that this building is exemplifying when it comes to architecture as a way to mitigate the impact of height. By doing that, one of the things that we focus on is the first is really the depth of the facade. And what I mean by the depth is that we don't have a flat wall that is 6 stories tall. I've noticed in a lot of the other development strategies, this is a challenge because of maximizing that density and pushing building facades right to the limit of what's buildable. By having these sort of ins and outs and variation on the facade, including balconies, recessed openings, protrusions coming in or out, effectively what you do is you change the perception of the facade to not feel as tall. When you have a repetitive 6, 7, 10, 12-story building, they feel very overwhelming when they don't have that depth. The second is the degree of transparency. A hotel, especially this one, and what you're seeing is the Estero Boulevard entry view. This is our public elevator space. It's our main lobby. It's our event area. But what you're going to see is just the activity of people. The visibility within these buildings is a big part of how you can mitigate that scale on an elevation is simply by the visibility of inside. Being pedestrian friendly and approachable is is the second point. You have a beautifully walkable street. And what we're going to show you are some of our view corridors, how we try to even enhance that walkability. But when it comes to scale at a human level, that's another way that we can mitigate height and size through a building design. Detail in the architecture is another thing. These are big buildings, and the scale of any of these buildings come down to, again, that human level when it's approachable with the size of light fixtures and railings and window massing, all of the components of a landscape design that really play into how do we bring visually that perception of scale down. And the last is really what we call a varied roof line. So we notice in a lot of the characteristic buildings that survive the storm, these wonderful roof lines and profiles and roof details and slope and flat and combinations of variation. So you can take a building dimensions that's a couple hundred feet long, and just simply this depth in the facade and variation in the roof line, you change the scale and perception of these buildings. So I encourage you, when you're looking at the buildings coming before you, that these factors really do play into how to perceive the elevations and the architecture that's being presented. So again, this is our front entry off of Estero. Ken had mentioned a couple of the traffic patterning and some of the parking spaces we have. We do have a number of parking spaces within the building that we think kind of neatly accommodate our needs, but also disguise the parking in a way that it still feels very characteristic in the architecture. If we go up into the air a little bit, you're starting to see that view corridor that we're thinking is going to slow down your traffic. Thanks for that comment before. But this is our Delmar Street view corridor. This is the area that has the 16 parking spaces, which are added to the design as a feature for the community. There's also bike racks. There's an extra wide pedestrian way. It's landscaped. I think there's even a foot wash at the end to help folks not track sand through the building. This is also one of our walk routes to some of the public access amenities within the hotel. So at the end of that walk, there's a stair, which I'll show you in a minute, that brings you up, and there's an elevator also to bring you up to our restaurant space, which overlooks the golf. That position is purposely put into that spot so we can draw people back into the building and give them access to that wonderful view. So down on that Del Mar entry location, this is showing those 16 spaces on the left-hand side. Beautiful sunset, great-looking rendering. Further up, Estero now looking towards the other view corridor. So this is a situation that does not currently exist because the current Neptune was built out to its property line. So we're right around just under 30 feet of separation that we now create. We had initially designed this as another pedestrian access point, even access for emergency vehicles and all kinds of other activity. And in those community engagement meetings, this came up as something that let's concentrate the pedestrian activity over on the Del Mar side because it's much wider. But again, working with the neighbors and recognizing some of their interests and concern, this sort of led us to the treatment of how we wanted to handle the East View corridor. The building has balconies off of virtually every room. So again, that helps with the depth in the facade and some of the activity that you would see in the building. The elevator brings you up to a second level, which is called a jump lobby in a hotel like this. So our guest room level, this is right at the check-in space. So your first impression is looking back over an exterior terrace, the outdoor pools, the beach, and of course the golf. So as we go out over the sand, we've had a couple variations in the configuration of the pool and some of the pool terrace, but we really believe that as much as there's a sensitivity to all of these architectural conditions on Estero Boulevard, likewise there's other conditions on the beach side. And in this case, what we wanted to do was create the open courtyard, the sort of U shape of the building facing the water, because what it does is it opened up a lot more view potential for the guest rooms, but it effectively changes the scale of the building as you're walking on the shore. As you look back at the building, because of the depth of that center space, it changes the scale, again, to make it more appropriate to the other buildings surrounding us. In fact, we also push the buildings back further, so the residential units on either side opens up even more of a coastal view for them. You're seeing on the second level towards the left, just under that greenish tower, that's that restaurant bar space that again has access off of Del Mar, looking down onto the pool and of course stepping down to the sand. Right up overhead of the pools, you're seeing again a lot of that activity and that dynamic presence that the guests can have on the beach side. The scale and proportion, the roof lines, the openings, the transparency of the building to hopefully create a very welcoming facade. We're going to get into a lot of the technical conditions, and I think Ken is going to go through some of the heights and some of the requests that we have, but certainly if there's any questions about the architecture, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to some of these more objective things and not necessarily pretty pictures, but those are very helpful, and I think it gave you a really good idea of where this project's headed. This slide, excuse me, this slide is wanting to focus on the height, and as Sarah mentioned, and I believe you did get some supplemental documents via email. I think they were properly distributed. And this was, as every project and the complexities that we deal with, we just have nuances of going back and forth with staff. But we wanted to, as we've identified in this image, our zone height is from the design flood elevation, and we are taking that to the midpoint of that primary main roof. And as Chris mentioned to you, that roof structure is that primary portion of the structure. We do have some roofs that are part of these elements that add for that variation and those architectural elements, but we feel through our deviation, taking it to that midpoint of the primary gives us a zoned height of 51 feet. Staff asked, well, what would that be if we were to take it to the midpoint of that tallest architectural element, or that tower? And that takes us to 60 feet, 6 inches. So it's roughly another 9.5 feet of height, if we were to look at it from that
Is
perspective.
that strictly aesthetics, or is there something functional up there?
It's strictly an aesthetic. It's that, what Chris was explaining to you, those elements that just add that, and he does it much more eloquently than I can, but I think we all get the idea of what we're looking at the structure. Overall height, and that's just taking it from ground level to the very top of any roof structure, we're looking at the 70 feet, 7 inches, and as stated before, that's 4 floors, and we take that of 2 levels of parking. If you look at the zone height, it's really about 4 floors, 4.5 floors. You've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then portion of that top parking garage. So that's how we're looking at that. The buildings in close proximity, they vary from 3 to 13 stories. You're obviously familiar with the Estero Island Beach Club. LPA had made a recommendation that was at around 10 stories. Diamond Head is 13 stories. We're looking at, and do the exact estimates, surveyed that, but between 130 feet, 140 feet. Surf Song 5 stories, Pelican Watch 7 stories, another 7-story structure, 5 stories. And then the neighbors, the single family, those are around those 3 stories. Again, Chris explained to you the height, and this enables us to provide for that variation in those roof lines and that building aesthetic. The habitable floors are above that design flood elevation, and again, as mentioned before, we are constructed landward of the 78 CCCL. By going higher, that does enable us to provide those view corridors on the east, and in combination with the Del Mar right-of-way, our 20 feet combination with 50 feet provides a 70-foot view corridor. And this area allows, again, for that public area for the public parking along the west side. I'm going to go into a little bit more of this in terms of our deviation, but at least I wanted to at least lay that foundation for our height. Our density and intensity, the classic density equivalency. And I mentioned to you how we've analyzed this is there are 24 existing platted lots, and those are dwelling units that could be established by right through those platted lots. And those could be converted to those guest or lodging units at a ratio of up to 2.5. Under 34-1803, subsection A2, the equivalency factor utilizing the plan development process and under the exceptional circumstances and allows us to increase that equivalency factor. So we're asking for 148 lodging units. That would be an equivalency factor of, for this project, 6.2, as we've outlined in our deviation number 6. And that's based on the 24 by right dwelling units. Multiply that 6.2, that gives us 148 resort hotel units. Intensity, and as we outlined also, some of you sat on the board when we did Myerside. This is a council-directed policy to look at how floor area ratio can be that key regulatory tool as you look at the form and the arrangement of specifically your non-residential or your mixed-use type developments. The CPD under the ZR zoning is a 1.2 FAR, which we're in the Boulevard. That allows us to go to a 1.5 as part of our PD process, which is through our deviation what we are requesting. That would equal a maximum square footage around 131,000 square feet. Just for facts and just relationships of the town, The pedestrian commercial, which is just a few hundred feet down the road to the west, that jumps an FAR up to allowable to 2.5. So we just feel that the relationship, we're still in our range, and we're appropriately asking for it through our deviation process. And we're proposing a 1.48 FAR, but our deviation request is 1.5. That just gives us that little wiggle room. With regarding transportation and parking, Mr. Ted Treesh is here to answer if you need to get any more specifics on that. But we've determined through his analysis, the Estero Boulevard is a designated constrained transportation facility. Even prior to Hurricane Ian, it was over capacity. But the conclusion is to allow for the rezoning will not place an undue burden on the adjacent roadway network. Parking. So application of the Land Development Code, and this was some information that we were coordinating with staff on, and we provided a memo to Sarah. I believe you should have received that. And the question really revolved around the application of the uses, the accessory restaurant, how that can be applied. And in our position, in our opinion, through the strict application of the LDC, it would be 211 spaces. Staff identified that would be up 9 spaces to 220. As we've put on the record with prior projects is, and the empirical data that we come across and are routinely understand and review, is majority of the parking that's provided is approximately 25 to 30% is unused on developments. So by having additional parking, that we've all discussed it, it's encouraging of the vehicles to be used and impacting the roadways, provides for unnecessary perhaps pervious surface areas. But the town, as they've evolved over time, has recognized that there can be parking reductions that are appropriate. Some that are 100%, 50%, 33%, to encourage that park once and use other modes of transportation. So just looking at 164 parking spaces, that is inclusive of specifically delineated spaces, both within the parking garage part and outside along the northern adjacent to Estero Boulevard. That would be a 47 space reduction, or approximately 22%. So we are within that range of an appropriate reduction. We are, though, seeking a deviation to further justify and to help solidify our request. We have, Mr. Treesh did a independent parking analysis, and through that analysis, utilizing the latest data, the appropriate uses, and analyzing all that, the determination during the peak hour, the main peak hour need for the project is approximately 103 spaces. So we realize that we're proposing additional 61 spaces. Again, some of those, 26 of those, 164 would be managed through a valet service. So those are based on as demand may increase or certain circumstances dictate, we have that availability to use that service, which is a component of, we believe, in your code that allows us to do that. So through that deviation, we feel that our analysis and our justifications dictate that parking is appropriate for the uses for the Neptune project. Additionally, our project is focused on looking at those different modes of transportation, the multimodal components, bicycle parking. We have identified 32 spaces throughout the property. Those would be integrated at those pedestrian amenity nodes along Estero Boulevard, as Chris identified, along the Del Mar beach access, also interior to the parking garage. It's where they would logically want to be placed. Again, having the designated golf cart parking, we know that golf carts are a mode that are being used throughout the community. We are adjacent to designated Lee-Tran stops, just within a few, less than 100 feet near Mango Street. And then there's a spot, transit tram spot, just adjacent to Sandy Bottoms. And then again, our pedestrian connectivity that we've identified. Also, I think it's a fact that is, Adam had mentioned, the prior Neptune, there were no amenities. But this, by providing a restaurant, those guests, and they are now able to just stay there, eat there, have a drink there. They don't have to necessarily get into other modes or even their car to go up and down Estero Boulevard. So I think that's a component. And we'll be going in a lot more detail on these commitments and conditions and the benefits, but they are committed to being a component of this, what we believe is where the town will be going with a comprehensive transportation parking mitigation plan and looking at doing their fair share to work through that. The Don't Rent a Car, the DRAC program that has been identified, the shuttle service coordination contribution, hearing what the Pink Shell is doing. That seems like a very, I wasn't aware of it, but apparently there are ways that we can now utilize that type of system. I think they're very interested in finding out more about that. We know that a water ferry and taxi service should be coming down the road, and off-site parking availability, things of that nature that I think can be attributed to it. With consistency with the comp plan and LDC, under the LDC sections, our request is appropriate to enable this redevelopment. Really, as unfortunately due to the result of the Hurricane Ian, we believe we're consistent with the comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, and policies that contribute to this redevelopment of the town and where the town is going. As I mentioned before, the proposed use is consistent with the Boulevard future land use category through our pedestrian-friendly site design and building orientation and location is compatible with the surrounding uses. We are looking to reduce and eliminate the nonconformities that have previously existed, improving the pedestrian safety through the design of our access points, the vehicle maneuverability and circulation, which I'll go into a little bit more detail on. Our development standards are to address any of the unique aspects of our property. It is a uniquely shaped property. Forget the geometric term, maybe parallelogram. And then obviously the aspects of the building code and new FEMA flood zone compliance that we have to adhere to. Urban services exist. The redevelopment, in our opinion, will not negatively impact the traffic and does not negatively impact critical areas, natural resources. And it's a project that helps us focus on redevelopment and this infill as part of the heart of the island's vision. Deviations. With this, the plan development process allows us to work through to redevelop this property. Overall, our opinion is the deviations do not negatively impact the public's health, safety, and welfare, and provides the flexibility to redevelop and bring back a legacy property with a long-term use and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So going through the first deviation, as Sarah mentioned, this is a connection separation. What I provided here is, on the left side is the existing conditions. The highlighted portion is the non-conforming access point for the existing Neptune. There's parking spaces all along there that would have to back out, and it's just a unfortunately, not an appropriate way of properly managing vehicles. What we proposed on the right are the 2 access points on Estero Boulevard. Again, there is one further on the west side that's egress only onto Del Mar. What in our deviation to allow for that separation to be less than the 250, our orientation of the building and the property dimensions, to have it on that far west side, you just don't have that throat distance to enable a proper access. Plus, we had supplemented our application, and unfortunately, I don't believe was in the staff report, that we further identified. This provides for improved fire and emergency access. Our engineers did the proper analysis for turning movements for large fire trucks and large delivery vehicles. This provides them the appropriate maneuverability to come in and out of the project appropriately. So we feel this deviation is.
What's this little guy right here?
That's a sidewalk, a pedestrian connection from Estero into the property.
So can you drive across that whole parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But all traffic that's going, excuse me, leaving the property left towards the Kansas Pass Bridge, north end of the island to get off, is all going to be fucked up through Del Mar, correct?
That's correct. They would use that managed stop to take that left. Yeah, the far right, the easternmost access point is right in, right out only. And that's due to the orientation of the lanes. As you know, through the redesign and the reconstruction of Estero Boulevard, they've adjusted lanes out for transit stops. And so there's some
Like a
turn
turn
lanes
space
down
there.
some of them.
Yeah.
So this far end, that's where it tapers down, so you don't have that managed left turn in there.
Did you have something to add, Patrick?
Yeah, if I could just add that the idea behind this access management scheme is to really get cars off the road more easily. Also avoid those backing up conflicts that we used to have. And also provide more queuing internally. So as we know, when guests arrive on a Saturday, they're backed up and we need to provide queuing. We don't want that to happen in the street. It goes under the
They're on the
building
lot.
to the
Yeah.
lobby, and we want people to exit via Del Mar.
Yeah, good.
So it's a really organized, and it's a way where we think we can really help mitigate those
Okay.
conflicts.
Any other questions on this first deviation?
Thanks, Pat.
Okay, thank you.
Deviation 2, it's our allowing for that alternative landscape. Staff has acknowledged and we concur with that. It's supported. Deviation 3, this again focuses on the parking. Again, our objective findings are based on recent and specific use data. The town standards that I've evaluated go back to when it was originally adopted in 2010, have not been updated since then, and we all know that how people park and use uses is significantly different, and it can change significantly over a short period of time. And utilization of our parking analysis, Ted's group used Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, dated October 2023, and the Urban Land Institute Shared Parking Manual analysis helps support the data, and we feel that, again, the project is providing enough parking for the uses and utilization of the different mitigation measures and multimodal components.
Can I ask a quick question about parking?
Sure.
The valet parking, is it just being stacked internal to the project, or is it something external to the property?
Right now, our analysis and abilities is to use everything internally.
Internally?
Yes,
Okay.
so it'd be double stacked in certain portions of the upper deck.
Oh, got it, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Good question. Deviation 4 and 7 kind of correlate and go together with one another. And as we've known through the exceptional circumstances resulting in this disaster, we need to build back this resilient and sustainable building to become that economic generator, one of many for the town. But as we know, when you rebuilding under these, we have the new FEMA standards, we have building code, and through that, the building is elevated. You must elevate, you must build it up. So could be a benefit to that elevated area, and that creates approximately 22 feet of open area under the building. So we feel that that parking and design support and that infrastructure can be utilized within that 22 feet that would otherwise not be used. So under building parking, we believe is justifiable and logical. It eliminates that need for a sea of parking outside of it and allows that flexibility really not to penalize us to utilize that area towards our FAR. We believe that some discussion has been had and it's being evaluated that maybe one level or certain levels or some amount of the FAR should, depending on the type of use within that structure, would not be applicable. So that's why we feel that utilizing that area that we would otherwise not use should be appropriate for that calculation.
Also, I'd like to add that when we look at FAR, I think it's important to understand the trade-off. So if we say as a community that we want you to provide surface parking rather than under building parking, we're gonna have bigger parking lots. To make a project like this feasible, what's gonna happen is we're gonna go up in height. So again, we have to look at this compromise of, do we want the parking under the building? Does it make logical sense? Does it work with the design? And is that a better alternative than a sea of at-grade parking with a taller building? Again, that becomes a bit of a design preference. We've seen Estero Island Beach Club come up with a different concept with a bigger view corridor. There was debate over, do we want the bigger corridor? Do we not want the bigger corridor? We made a design choice here that it made a lot more sense for this project to keep it underneath and to come up with a reasonable height.
So in conjunction, our deviation 7, that focuses on our desire for the increase of an FAR from the 1.2 maximum to an FAR of 1.5. Again, this enables our redevelopment of this type of resort, meets the needs for a project like this. We know it would, the larger rooms are expected, the type of amenities that are needed within the building, the appropriate back of house, and the support areas. And then needing that flexibility to work within the FEMA standards and the building code for this design.
May I ask another question? I'm not sure if it's been decided or if it's relevant, but when you talk about larger rooms, more amenities, et cetera, and having amenities, reducing the amount of traffic and trips, are these rooms expected to be suites with kitchenette type style, or are they expected to be more like a traditional hotel room with maybe sitting room and bedroom?
Yeah, I think Adam will be able to talk more to that.
You know, great question. There's a mix. So previously, the 71 rooms that we had within that team all had at least a kitchenette component.
Yeah.
Some had full kitchens.
Okay.
One of the units actually was 1,300 square feet, I think. I mean, it was a full-on apartment with washer and dryer and everything else. We don't have that proposed here, but so it's going to be a mix of smaller, more traditional rooms. Maybe it's a quick getaway with a couple, on up to larger suites, more family style. You're staying for 2 weeks, so we got a range.
Okay, appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, deviation 6.
5.
Oh, 5.
Yep, I went 4 to 7
Oh,
because
yes,
there
you
was
did.
FAR.
Yes, you did.
So, deviation 5, again, this is our request to increase the height from the 30 feet and 3 stories to a maximum zoned height of 51 feet. Our requested deviation based on our analysis of utilizing the midpoint to the primary roof would be a deviation of 21 feet. We feel it's compatible with the existing and heights of buildings in the surrounding area, which again, they range from 3 to 13 stories, from approximately 40 to 130 feet. Again, it creates the variations of height and building aesthetics, habitable floors, design elevation and construction. It just has enabled us to do that different design, again, the view corridors and the parking. Pat has something to add.
Evidently.
He's a little creepy.
Well, what I'd like to add is I think one of the reasons for the recommendation from staff was this issue of height and what was given in return being the view corridors. So two things I want to address. I fully acknowledge that our view corridors have some landscaping obstruction. And in the case of Delmar Street, we are looking at a combination of our 20 feet that we are providing with the 50 feet from Delmar. We're not trying to hide that. We think that the combination enhances that overall corridor.
Yes.
And we think that the landscaping benefits and the garbage can and the seating and the foot rinse are all benefits. And while they may create some obstructions, I think we just acknowledge that. You as an entity, I think, weigh all these things together. If for some reason you feel somehow that it diminishes the value of the view corridor, so be it, I get it. But again, I think we see a value in it, 70-foot corridor to one side. We complement that existing corridor on one side. On the other side, we provide a whole new corridor. We have to provide landscaping, I think we all like greenery, so it's a give and take. So I think from staff standpoint, when we were looking at height, there's two things that they were looking at, is the adjacent building, does that mean adjacent in the surrounding area? Or is it directly abutting? Our interpretation is surrounding area. And also their look at our view corridors, and do our view corridors justify the height? Again, if you look at the Seagate property, there's a redevelopment plan that specifically called out 50-foot view corridors.
Yep.
For other projects, it is not called out. So again, is the view corridor sufficient to justify the height? My argument, again, is that we took all these things into consideration. We could have given bigger view corridors, but that would have meant we would have gone higher. So again, I think it's a compromise.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
So, it's pertaining to the view corridor, and actually more the east side of the building, where I think I heard that it was public input that not have
Yes.
access to the beach?
Yes,
But there's a barrier wall there, I believe, right?
yes. We had initially proposed a beach access on the eastern side, that's towards Mangle Street. We did our public presentation, we had several of the neighbors talk to us after the meeting. They sat down and talked extensively with Adam. Some of the neighbors are here in the audience. They have requested us, they said, we like this idea of the separation, we like the buffering. What we don't necessarily like is having a bunch of people potentially walking right in
Streaming
our
through that.
backyard. And we said that is very understandable, and we are willing to just make it a view corridor rather than beach access. And then the compensating thing was, we will put more attention, more emphasis on enhancing Delmar access rather than providing two.
Thanks for that question, John.
Thank you.
Okay.
And to just kind of finish up the deviation 5, also under the policy 4C4, it does speak to when you utilize going higher and the benefits of the view corridor. It also speaks to other public benefits that can be applied in association with this. And that's something that Patrick will be going through a little bit more in the whole bucket, or the whole comprehensive look at public benefits of how that would help justify the higher heights and the density, et cetera. So last would be number 6. This would, as our equivalency factor, has went through before. We had the by right of 24 units. We're seeking that equivalency factor of 6.2. Again, our justification looking at the exceptional circumstances surrounding the results of the hurricane and looking at our, again, overall bucket of public benefits we feel is justifiable in relation to this specific project's size and scale in relationship to what others have provided in the past. Looking at the unprecedented costs that were expressed before, looking at the interest rates, materials, cost of labor, new regulatory framework of the building code and FEMA, just enables us to look at these circumstances that just need us to reach this magic number. And we believe, again, all these deviations, believe are reasonable and will not negatively impact the public's health, safety, and welfare, and I think I'm perhaps losing it. So I'm gonna have Patrick come back up, and now he can finish this off. But I think also, Patrick, you were gonna look at some comparable FAR. I don't know if it was something that, or we talk about the later. Okay.
Well, I'm trying to read the room here. I think the energy level is getting a little low.
His dad is kicking in.
You guys are getting tired, everybody's hungry. So, we do wanna put things on the record, obviously, you know, for the purpose of having that complete record. But I will try to go through these real quickly, just stop me if you have any questions.
We will.
And I'll boot on through, yeah.
For deviation 6, if you don't mind, are we moving off of that now, or?
Yeah, we're done with the deviations.
If you have a question, go ahead.
Patrick, can you bring your mic down a little bit, thanks?
Do you have a
Well,
question,
there was
John?
an opportunity perhaps through the build back policy to get to 71 as opposed to the
Correct.
24, which results in 60, right?
Yes, and as you would know, being on the LPA, we can look at these build-back scenarios and density in multiple ways, and that's often confusing to the public. But this project, so what we have to understand is these projects were approved at a time where they were legally approved, and the Neptune had 71 units. That was legal. They met the code at the time. We, as governments, for many good reasons, we keep changing the rules. You know, coastal construction line keeps changing, we change density. And what we have at the Neptune is 71 non-conforming units. We do our best to protect people's property rights, and we vest them for those 71 units. But what we have in the code is build back provisions that say, you can build back your 71 units, but no bigger than what you have.
But they would have to be exactly to the
Yes,
size that
correct.
they were done previously. I
Correct.
wanted that to be clear.
So if we want to go above and beyond that, our best avenue for us is to go through the plan development process and ask for an equivalency ratio that is greater. So you can either look at it from the standpoint of we went from 71 to 148, or you can look at the base density, which is 24 units, and what equivalency ratio brings us to 148. That's a 6.2. Again, just for comparison purposes, we have allowed greater equivalency ratios for others. I bring it up because I look at social media, you guys look at social media. There's always in the public opinion out there of this comparison to Margaritaville. And we love Margaritaville and no more than Margaritaville. Well, their equivalency ratio, and the reason we chose to present it on the equivalency ratio basis is to be able to compare apples to apples. Their equivalency ratio was 9.1. We are asking for 6.2. Do we provide the same basket as benefits as they did? No. We understand that. We're a smaller property. But again, we believe our basket of benefits is commensurate with our ask. 9.1, 6.2, different basket.
And 71 is both market and economically unfeasible, which means we would have a bare piece of property.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. So with that being said, I'll jump right into the benefits. Again, if you feel that some of these benefits have to be done and new regulations mandate that they do it, you can discount them. I understand that. But I think we're just throwing in all the benefits, and some of it is building back more resiliently, but code requires that and FEMA requires that. I understand that. So, sit-down restaurant, I think it'll be a great Gulfview restaurant. It's gonna be open to the public. Not only is it gonna be open to the public, but the idea was that you don't have to traverse a hotel, so it's not imposing to go there. There's a side entrance that anybody can access directly to the restaurant, directly to the Tiki Bar. View corridor, we talked about 25 feet. We also talked about maybe staff's position with regards to their recommendation was based on those view corridors and the height issue. We are gonna enhance Del Mar, and that is multifold from the standpoint of widening the view corridor and complementing Del Mar, but also providing 16 parking spaces. We will talk about the economic impacts, annual revenue from those 16 spaces. Frankie just stopped by with a little Post-it earlier on and gave me the annual expected revenue, and it's significant. We also are gonna have these amenities that we talked about, footprints, seating, that type of stuff. Improved pedestrian vehicular access, we talked about that through the deviation, planting of trees and creating shade along the pedestrian ways. Not only is it good for aesthetics, good for the people, but it's a way to promote alternative modes, again, get people out of the car and make them comfortable to walk and bike to downtown. The elimination of the nonconformities, again, it was built legally, rules change over time, it became non-conforming, so now we are gonna meet code requirements, we are gonna eliminate the setback nonconformities, we are gonna eliminate that encroachment in the coastal construction control line area. And we are gonna replace all the structures with FEMA compliant, resilient hardened structures. We believe we are developing a high quality resort with superior design and styling. We are gonna be providing bicycle parking and bicycles for guests, get people out of their car again. We are committed to providing a fair share contribution toward mobility solutions. I wanna touch upon this one just a little bit, okay? I know you guys like for the developer to give a clear commitment. Let us know, don't give us that we may, we might, and we've tried to do that. The one thing that, when it comes to mobility solutions, we believe that at some point, this town has to look at town-wide solutions, okay? And through those town-wide solutions, as a community, we might say, these are the types of programs we want, these are the type of things improvements we need. And our understanding is if there's a program established and we look at all the hotels and we say that there's a fair share fee of this much per room, we are happy to participate towards that. I think we need those solutions, and if it's a fair playing field for all hotels, we are more than happy to contribute our fair share. Promoting the beach school, great news, guys. Just through Margaritaville and some of the employees, the staff sending their kids to the beach school, in 1 year, we increased enrollment by 25%. The district was telling us we wouldn't even increase it by 10% within 5 years. So this works, and we're gonna keep promoting it. Contributions to the local economy, and we'll go into that into the detail, but we're looking at ad valorem taxes, bed tax, sales tax, job creation, and stuff like the parking that we would dedicate to the town. And last but not least, we think that this specific process, this rebuild, is consistent with the town's vision of being a family-oriented destination. And this is the type of resort that really emulates that desire. Okay, when I told you that we fully understand that you guys like commitments and like conditions that can be added to the ordinance, I'm not gonna go through these one by one, but what they do is they codify exactly what we're committing to. It could be, if the attorneys wanna look at it and change the wording slightly before we go to council, we don't have a problem with that. We are willing to commit to these things, okay? We're willing to commit to the amenity nodes and the shade trees along Estero, along Delmar. The public spaces, we will dedicate that via a perpetual easement. We will implement the direct program, again, educating the guests and also participating in some kind of discount for the guests to incentivize them to leave their cars at home. Bicycles, again, committing to providing bicycles for our guests and also providing a lot of bike racks throughout the property to encourage residents and locals to frequent those establishments. Golf cart parking, again, that's an alternative mode that can get people out of their cars, and we are providing dedicated parking space as part of our design. Architecture, a lot of times we hear that, okay, it's a pretty picture, this rendering looks great, is it really gonna be consistent with that? And what we have there is a commitment that it'll be generally consistent. And the view corridors, we talked about that. Again, we believe the view corridors are consistent with the intent. We fully understand if someone doesn't like impediments within that view corridor, feel free to discount the value of that view corridor access. Those are the improvements that we discussed. With regards to Delmar, it talks about the minimum improvements that have to go in. And also when it comes to choosing some of the landscaping, we threw in there that let's work with the town and the garden club. Some folks from the garden club have shown up to these meetings. They'd like to be consulted. They like the idea of being involved with this, so we'd be happy to work with them. Dune plantings, again, we understand that the dune plantings have to occur ASAP. This hotel signed the easement to allow for the dunes. Unfortunately, as a community, we just didn't have the time, and we didn't expect these storms to come in, but we lost a lot of our sand. So when they start the build, they will coordinate directly with the town, and where they're gonna get those plantings in as soon as possible. So we need to get them in, they need to mature, they need to keep the sand in place. Landscaping buffering, we talked about, we've got an alternative landscape betterment plan. As you can see in the staff report, staff pretty much says that this goes above and beyond landscaping that is required, and they're supportive of the idea. We are committing to that. The promotion of the beach school, again, there will be documentation and information provided to all the employees to give them, to at least provide the knowledge that they can send their kids to the school. The beachfront restaurant Tiki Bar, again, it'll be in the ordinance that we are providing full access to the public. Under miscellaneous, I'm glad I listened to your discussion as an LPA. I think maybe John brought up that other communities allow hurricane parking in those parking garages. And I said, that's a great idea. And it's something that we can definitely provide. Last but not least, we're piggybacking on Margaritaville's idea of providing a rewards program for locals, and they're more than happy to do that. They know that getting buy-in from the locals and being good to neighbors is a benefit to everybody.
Supports the
So,
summer.
yep, they're happy to implement that. So we'll jump to the economic impacts. And Mr. Dunlap, feel free
It's
to.
about time somebody stepped into this place.
Feel free to jump in. We did our very best. We don't have clear guidelines as to how this should be done. There are firms that specialize in doing economic impact analyses. We didn't have the time to hire such a firm. And honestly, we don't know if it's necessarily needed, because the information that we could gather, I think, speaks very loudly. So on this first slide, what you have here is two different means of looking at the overall economic impact resulting from this development. The first one is one that they did internally, looking at what their occupancy rates would be, what they would typically charge per room, and then applying kind of a multiplier effect of, you know, people come here, they spend outside of the hotel, plus the hotel hires local help. They also do business with other businesses. And that first number is from, on an annual basis, they project that they would have a 63 million impact to the local economy. Right under that is looking at Lee County data, the Visitor and Convention Bureau. And the methodology that was used for that is they put out some reports and they say total economic impacts from visitation to Lee County is that big number there. And then they estimate the number of visitors per year. So it was a simple division of, you know, you take the full impact divided by the visitors, you get a per person impact of plus or minus $1,500 per visit. And if they apply that to their anticipated visitation rate, that comes out to $180 million. Look, we'll be honest with you, we believe the $180 million might be a little inflated, a little big, but we know that the impact would fall somewhere between the $63 million per year to $180 million. And that is a significant
Big swing, but
amount.
okay.
Yeah. Again, we use best available information, short amount of time. And someone like Jim probably has way more expertise on this and can tell us if we're way off or if it makes sense. Then, when it comes to the annual revenue, I wanted to look at some of the things that come up on a regular basis. So what we talked about is annual revenue includes everything within the annual revenue, okay? And it's a big range. But a lot of times people talk about the direct taxes that the resort will pay. And that's sales taxes, bed taxes, payroll taxes, and ad valorem. That in itself, just for the Neptune, will be $3.6 million. And then people talk about, well, there's so little of that money that stays on Fort Myers Beach, okay? Let's back up. I listened to Seagate, and the discussion was 6.5%, plus or minus. So what I want you to look at is just the ad valorem portion of it would be about $650,000 per year. Of that amount, what stays on the beach is 6.2% that goes directly to the town. We also have the FMB library, which is its own taxation district, okay? We have the FMB mosquito control, and then we also have FMB fire. So when you include all those things, we're really looking at 26.9% that stays locally, and that's $174,000, almost $175,000. The other thing that people have to understand is, while a bunch of money goes to Lee County, we have the opportunity to ask for improvements in our town. So the bed tax goes to the TDC. But when it comes to beach renourishment, where do they spend the money? Fort Myers Beach and other beach communities. Same thing with some of the roadway fees that we pay. You know, Lee County is in charge of Estero Boulevard, and they pay for those improvements. And we've got two bridges that are being worked on that are very costly. So if we were to look at how much of that money actually comes back to us, I think it's very safe to say that it's about 27%. And the better job that we do as a community to ask for it, the more we can get back. Then from a jobs creation, we're looking at approximately 75 FTEs. We use FTEs because some jobs are full-time, some are part-time, and that's about 4.5 million in annual wages. So those are all annual reoccurring revenue for the town. So also, let's look at one-time revenue, okay? And those are impact fees. We understand that we don't currently have those impact fees defined. So as a proxy, what I use is Lee County impact fees, what they charge. And those impact fees are for roads, parks, fire, EMS. If we were to have the same impact fees that they do, our estimated impact fee would be approximately $900,000. Some communities have water and sewer impact fees, and that's all part of the whole impact fee schedule. Lee County has connection fees for water and sewer, essentially their impact fees. Again, a one-time fee. So if we look at our water and sewer connection fees, that's approximately $480,000. So combined, we're looking at impact fees of almost 1.4 million.
So you're committing to paying the impact fees when we get those legislation in place,
Implemented.
regardless of the permit application process and that?
Yes, I think by the time we're ready
Yeah,
to pay our
it'll be
impact
synchronized.
fees, if as a town, we haven't finished our report
Yeah.
and adopted them,
Yeah.
we're doing something wrong here.
I'll take it as a yes for the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I would take it as a yes
Yeah.
regardless.
And also just to put things into perspective, okay? Our annual ad valorem collection of taxes, our annual budget, if it wasn't for money coming in from other agencies, is approximately 4 million. So we don't have a big annual budget on Fort Myers Beach, and we do the best we can with that limited amount. But when you're talking about impact fees of 1.4 million.
Yeah, there you go.
And annual revenues such as these that are reoccurring, it really moves the needle. And then I'll give you, this is Frankie's little post-it that he gave me. 16 parking spaces, that's $21,900 on average per parking space. Annually, the beach parking along Del Mar would bring in approximately $350,400 per year of reoccurring revenue in perpetuity.
There you go.
I would like to provide some clarification there.
Yeah.
There's 6 existing parking spots there now.
6, okay, so let's, by 10,
Just- I'm
200, okay.
for accuracy.
And I'll just pass this out also, this is from your budget, and it shows you where that ad valorem tax dollar goes.
Anything else, Patrick?
My closing arguments, Ms. Chairman. And I brought this up already, but we have to understand that when it comes to the number of units that are currently online, this is official data, the best available information from the Visitor and Convention Bureau. They estimate that we have 45% of our hotel units, lodging units back online. And when we asked them if they had something more recent, they said no, that number would probably go down with the 2 recent storms. So again, we are far from being up and running fully, and we also know that some of those hotels are never coming back. The Beacon, for example, has made it very clear that they are not coming back. So I think that has to play into this idea of granting additional density. Also, what I did is I went back to the 1990 comp plan, and I looked at the total number of lodging units that were identified in 1990, and I updated that information with the 2020 census data right before Ian. So we had 3,620 lodging, and that was motel, RV, timeshare units. 2020, before Ian, those numbers had actually gone down to 3,133. Where we stand today, I don't know what that exact number is. It's much lower. We can all agree to that.
Question for you.
Yeah.
What is your timing on this project? You're saying first quarter, possibly tearing down?
So if we get all permits in hand, ready to go, it's about a 2-year build.
And
So-
how long do you think it'll take to get the permits in hand?
So assuming we get through the zoning hearings before the holidays, they've started on the engineering, but
we're looking at plus or minus 6 months. And then that would give them the permits in hand and they could start construction. On the residential side also, again, we can't equate traffic and trips to units. It does contribute, and what we have to do is we have to mitigate for that, and we have to find creative solutions. But again, residential, we know that a lot of the units are not online. And I feel very confident that we will have fewer residential units in the future than we had pre-Ian. A lot of those apartments that were ground level are not getting built back, and a lot of times people don't have enough space on their property to build them up. Also, some of these duplexes are gonna become bigger homes and they're gonna be combined. And some of these homes also can become second and third home for many people, and they're not gonna be occupied a good portion of the year. So, again, I think it's very likely that we will have a reduction in residential units long-term. And personally, I do not fear additional density granted to projects when it is a good project and advances what we are trying to do as a community. So, with that being said, I'll wrap it up. In my professional planning opinion, and Cam's professional planning opinion, we have met the land development code requirements, and we are consistent with the comp plan. We know that we differ a little bit with staff's opinion about our benefits, but we believe that our benefits justify the ask, and therefore, we would respectfully request a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna open up the public comment. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak?
I have one signed up.
And who is that?
Susan Bonfigley.
Susan. Susan, were you sworn in earlier?
I was.
Good.
I'm Susan Bonfigley. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I live on Cottage Avenue on the east side of the Neptune.
Mhm.
I like their project design, and I just want to bring forth the issues that we've discussed with them. They've been very good about listening to us, but this not only applies to the Neptune, but as a resident of the town, any issue that comes up, any new building. So we've discussed with them with the Tiki, they're gonna have music, entertainment. You know, I like going to those places too. I just don't want it at my home. So the rest of the world can go home and have quiet. If these places keep coming in with projecting noise outside, I have no place to go. So they've been good about it. They've listened to it. I have suggested things that I've seen at other resorts where they actually have the musician with the microphone and the amplified music, but it goes through a speaker system.
Yes.
And in strategic locations, ground level, by the people that are actual customers. And I'm hoping that that could be used for other businesses that request the same. Another concern I have is we are away from the hub and the public restrooms. I think that they're going to find that they're going to have a lot of public people just coming to use the restrooms, that they are supportive of that and can handle it. Because where we are, we see a lot of on the beach restroom usage. For the east corridor, where they're doing the 25-foot width, I saw on the design, it was like a straight path, which is going to encourage people to go down there and find out they can't go further. So I would think it would be nice if it was actually a lot more greenery in there. It is angled from Estero Boulevard, so no one is going to have a straight view on that corridor anyway. So why not put a lot more greenery in there? It'll keep the air cooler in that environment. It'll be refreshing to see green space, floral space alongside the building, and I think it would be great for their guests staying there to overlook like a garden. And it'll be appreciative, you know, as a neighbor, I would appreciate it as well. Granted, turtle lighting will probably be there, but, you know, off-season, again, they have to consider their customers. I would want to make sure that nothing, you know, projects ostentatiously you know, against the neighbors. I doubt that they would wanna do that, but I just wanna make a point that, and put that out there. And also in that path, I saw it was like a straight line, which means that someone's on a bicycle and said, let's go see what's down there. They make it windy or whatever. And I think that the goal is to allow for, like they were saying, like fire trucks or whatever. So even if they put like florals against that wall and then like just seagrasses in there and wind it around, it'll keep the area cooler for your guests as well, to keep the air cooler. Because with all of those buildings and walls, it's just gonna collect heat and be hot.
Okay.
So I
Thank
just
you,
wanted to
Susan.
put that out there because not only for this project, but so many projects in town could
Thank you very much.
hopefully use that.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Hi, Henry Schlechter.
hi, Henry.
And neighbor to the east.
Wait, hold on.
Yes,
No,
I
come on,
was.
you were, coming up.
Yes.
Now say your name.
Henry Schlichter.
Thank
and
you.
I am the neighbor to the east, 63 Mango Street. On your first meeting, and I met the gentleman, they listened to my concerns. And I fully came here to be biased against you gentlemen, but they took my concerns to heart in their renderings and everything else, so thank you very much for listening. I do have a couple of concerns. When demo happens, my house is 10 foot from their building. How are we gonna address that? That's because, like you, I just spent a ton of money on that house to repair it, and now this happens. Also, I wanted to put concrete.
Talk to the.
Sir, you need to talk to the
Talk to
I'm
the
sorry,
microphone.
sorry.
That's okay.
I
That's
wanted to
okay.
put concrete on the side of the house. I'm gonna hold off on that for right now.
Sounds to me like you'll be able to negotiate that with them.
Yes. Also, alcohol, pool, doesn't mix. The noise does carry. The old Neptune, they used to play till 10, 11 o'clock at night, music. I understand that, but this is our residence since 95. And I'm trying to get some rest, go to work, and people are having a good time, and I get jealous of that. Be quite frank.
Such a nice way to say it.
Yes. I just hope there's some kind of plan to keep the noise down. The third thing I have to say is my wife would like the gentlemen's to give us use of their amenities for in perpetuity for the family.
You'll have to negotiate
Yeah,
that directly.
I
Yeah.
wanted that for the record, and that's really all I have to say.
Thank you so much for
You're
coming in.
welcome.
We appreciate your comments. Mr. Fleming, I don't think you were here to be sworn in earlier. You were?
I've been here the whole meeting.
Oh, ever since the very beginning?
He was hiding.
I didn't see
Behind
him.
the pole.
Okay.
Ron Fleming, Delmar Avenue. Because I'm not a member of this committee, I can be more blunt and to the point. I'd like to start out to address the owners. I have never been treated with such utter disrespect and insolence, I feel, because that structure is still there. For the first 3-4 months, well, of course it's there, but nothing has been done to that structure except once. They put a fence around it. Well, Milton took care of that. The place is wide open. Why are we being treated like this? Now, I understand that, well, it's not my fault your bank is in Ohio. Perhaps you pay too much money for that property. When you bought it, you knew what you bought. I see things that I like. What I don't like is all the structures that they say, the height, this and that. They were all built before incorporation. We have a plan. Stick with it. What I see is a site that had 71 units. They want more than 100%. 100% more. There is no benefit to the town. Yeah, taxes, but what about the residents? They said, they play music, they go home, but I gotta hear it. I have gone past that destruction a couple thousand times, and it's terrible. I have to say, they are the worst neighbor I've ever encountered. It's true. It's just, it's, you know, and I like you caught the fact that, you know, they're gonna give us 16 parking spots. Well, we already have 6. You know, the building looks good, but it's still way over height. We incorporated the keep heights in their narrative. I read it 3 times. Nowhere in the narrative of the applicants did they mention, and they included pictures of the destruction. Nowhere does it say, we're gonna take this place down. I would like to see a condition put on, and I don't know if this is even possible, but I would like this project to be stayed until that lot is cleared. You cannot start rebuilding until that lot is cleared. And until that lot is cleared, it needs to be secured. The doors are open, the fence is down, the pool is a mess. It's terrible. I wish you luck with whatever it is you end up with. But I hope that you don't get what you're wishing for, because you don't deserve it. You have treated me with disrespect and all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay, seeing no one, we will close the public comment. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break because I have to go.
Or you can focus.
So I have to focus. very much. Okay, we're reconvened. Sarah, did you have anything to add? Wake back up, honey.
Sarah Probst, Community Development. I don't have anything necessarily that needs to be added, but I am available for any questions. I did want to discuss that the height request, the reason that staff asked for them to measure their height slightly differently is because I wanted to ensure that they didn't run into a problem when they submitted their development agreement. If they didn't ask for that additional height for the tower, I didn't want them to run into a problem. So they're not proposing any additional height that would be usable space, but
Yeah, that's
in
why I
order to
asked.
have the
Thank
DO.
you.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's
Thank you.
cosmetic. I thought
Can you
so.
go over your reasons for denial again?
The primary reason for denial was the height. They're not directly adjacent to, I mean, it's very similar to the pink shell situation. They are providing, some public benefits. They are providing a view corridor. However, view corridors got very mixed reviews on the last couple rounds of comments, so I don't know what value that public benefit does have. But with them not being directly adjacent to, other tall buildings, I didn't think that it was appropriate. Also, just the ask for that multiplier, I mean, it's a big ask from what they had, so I didn't necessarily feel that it was in line with what the town had previously found approvable, so.
And what in your opinion would be appropriate as a multiplier?
Well, she can't, it can. That's-
Yeah, I don't think that that would be appropriate for me to make any sort of a
Not-
recommendation.
Then it becomes the guideline. you
Yeah,
get to-
exactly,
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly,
Can't do that.
yeah.
But, I mean, it's really about measuring that public benefit, in my opinion. And the give on the parking spaces, I do believe, is, I mean, that's a quantifiable public
Let's
benefit.
quantify it.
Mhm.
Dawn, do you have any questions for Sarah or for the applicant?
No, I don't think I do. I think I'm pretty clear on both.
Do you have any comments you'd like to share, or no?
Well, my comments are, you know, I continue to, like everyone, I think, try to figure out, our path and certainly taking cues from our council and some of the previous projects. You know, to me, this one, is a pretty reasonable request from the heights perspective. The biggest issue for me on this one is that, you know, we're doubling the number of units. I certainly understand the economics of that, but, you know, it makes it a tougher decision, right? If you're going back, if you're building back, you know, there was a previous project, they were building back, same number of units, just trying to get what they had before. And, so for me, that was, you know, pretty clear. There were certainly some deviations there, and this one's a little different. Again, not asking for the moon, but still, you know, kind of doubling the size of your, or the number of units does factor in a lot of the various, concerns we all have. Those are my comments. They're
Okay.
Not very conclusive, but those are just my thoughts.
John, how about you? Questions or any comments?
I think I asked the questions I had during the presentation. I would like to understand from the applicants the openness to the restroom comment that was made in public.
Patrick? The question is whether or not public will be allowed access to restrooms in your
Yes,
hotel.
I believe the comment was, are you guys ready? You might get a lot of traffic when it comes to the bathroom. Look, I don't know how extreme it would be. I look at Wild Willie's, that's right downtown, and that bathroom is open to the public. And when I've been there and I had to use it, I didn't really have to wait in line, so, so I'm not that concerned about it. You know, that's the only anecdotal
And as
information.
part of being the restaurant Tiki Bar complex, the customers would have access to it anyway.
Yes.
It's very hard to police.
Yeah, the one thing, John, when it comes to the parking spaces, we looked at an aerial. The existing 6 parking spaces are across Delmar on the far
1, 2.
side. And I think the idea is, I don't know if those all go away. It could be a combination of, so good, point well taken, but I don't necessarily think that we might be able to get more than 16 if the town keeps their spots also.
So the configuration is 3 going along the side of Surf Song,
Yeah.
1 right at the entrance to the left
Mhm.
of the beach
Mhm.
access, and then 2 more coming basically at the Neptune property.
Also, if I can just address a comment that was made by Don with regards to, he said we've had another project that was rebuilding, keeping the same number of units. I think that's materially important from the standpoint of that was a timeshare residential condo.
No
Okay?
option there.
And we've had discussion with numerous people that are looking at options for rebuilding. What you have to understand is that there's a few impediments that you can't get more density without a comp plan when it comes to residential condos. If you're non-conforming, you already have a high number, it makes sense. The elasticity in the price you can charge for a condo is way greater. You just make the condo a little bigger, you make it nicer, that price point, what you can charge for that condo can go way up and make your pro forma work. Hotels, you are at the mercy of the market. You may say, we wanna charge $5,000 a night, but if this is not the market for $5,000 a night, you will not get it. So
Okay.
the elasticity associated with what a hotel can charge just isn't the same as a condo unit, and that's why they need the numbers.
Okay. Jim, do you have any questions or comments for?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate all the effort and detail that's gone into this. It seems very reasonable to me. We have to start somewhere. You made a yeoman's attempt at putting the economic impact together. It's not perfect, but you put yourself out there, and I like to see that because you have to defend those numbers. I think the height is reasonable based upon what you have to work with, and also, we had an election. And we have a council that has set up electorate to say, and they had a choice on how development was gonna work. To have these kind of projects versus the nebulous alternatives with people we don't know about, that we don't know how to get to, that haven't put in this kind of detail, I think is a more dangerous option, than taking the one we have, working with you as you have with your neighbors, congratulations on that, and made a compelling offer to us to support the beach and its economic growth. So at this point, I'm in favor of the project.
Patrick, something that I had in my notes early on, and was brought up by 2 of the public speakers, was outdoor entertainment and the containment of noise is super important. It has been forever, and having neighbors so close by, is there, is that in the plans to, Susan had a great suggestion, sort of like, you go to Coconut Point, everywhere you go, you hear music, but you don't hear music loud anywhere.
Yeah.
So,
No, I think that point was very well taken, and I think that could be a great model for all the outdoor
Yes.
entertainment of, we don't need just 2 speakers projecting, we can
Correct.
have multiple speakers all over the
That's right.
terrace. We like that. I think the idea is that we weren't really focused on that because this wasn't a bar or a restaurant, and it was kind of an existing hotel, so we didn't build that in. But before we go to council, we can certainly look at creating some guardrails and some limitations. The one thing that we do have is, if you look at the design, it is kind of a self-contained design, and the idea is that provides some level of protection.
but not
we
enough,
need-
because
yeah,
you're
we
out,
need-
you're out,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
it's in.
We
and
do
then
need
it's in.
to create some limitations, and, either that we can take under advisement what staff may have to say, or we can come up with our own limitations that we think are appropriate and consistent with other venues, and present that at council.
Okay. Any other, go ahead, Jane.
I would also like to piggyback on the neighbors, as I am a neighbor and walk down the street every day, 3 times a day with my dog, and end up, right in front of your place. It has been a tremendous eyesore, and having the electric hanging off the walls and the dead trees falling over looking like they could, do damage, and the amount of homeless people that were living in there with the amounts of alcohol that was thrown around. My fear for you was you were gonna get sued and they were gonna own your building because of no guardrails or anything on the 2nd floor, and the water still being in the pool and not completely contained. It has been a eyesore to live with, that's for sure. In fact, I had people visiting my house, and I went out for a walk where we had walked by my visitors had walked by the Neptune, and I'd kind of told them, and they'd seen the homeless coming and going. They actually called both of my children because I was out on my walk too long, and was worried if they should call the cops because of the Neptune. And I think did they call you?
Yeah.
Yeah, looking, what should we do? And I had stopped to talk to a neighbor. But, that was the fear, that they didn't want to walk by there at night. And, it is concerning. But I also am concerned about the number of parking spaces that are, you say maximum height would be 103, well, if you're full at 148, you're probably gonna have 148 cars. And so if you take your 164 minus your 148, you got 16 cars for the restaurant. I hope you're gonna have more than 16 cars there
Well,
for the
we
restaurant.
can get up to 162, I believe, 64?
Well, I'm taking 164.
Okay, I thought you mentioned.
Minus your
148.
148.
Okay.
That gives you 16 parking spaces for your
But
restaurant.
even at 148, that's above and beyond what, the best available information right now is these IT manuals, okay? What you have to understand is these codes throughout the country, and I've written some of those codes, what you do is you say, what does this jurisdiction require? What does this one? Oh, we'll look at 3 and then we'll come up with an average, okay? Not based on any kind of fact.
Yeah, but we
So-
have by code what
I know,
should be required.
But we also allow for this alternative study. We paid an expert to do that study. Best available information, what they do is they sample resorts throughout the country. And they look at the needs. And they look at hotels that are just purely hotels. And they look at resorts that have restaurants and have internal capture. And they come up with an average. And if we look at what that study says, we have excess parking. So yes, we are less than what the code says, but we know the code is not that accurate. The best available information is the IT manual, and we meet that requirement.
But Jane,
And-
what's your request relative to this question?
Well, the question is, I'm concerned that there's not enough parking
Mhm.
to accommodate the business of the restaurant, tiki bar, and the hotel itself.
The other thing I could tell you is I spoke to, I won't name the name, but another hotel on this island. They were telling me that 10 years ago, it was almost one car per room, and just in the last few years, they're about 5.
Okay, hold on,
5 out of
Patrick.
10.
Does anybody else share the parking concern? You have a
Their-
concern about it, Jim?
Their problem.
Do you have a concern about it?
I have none.
I don't have a concern about it
Okay.
either. Don, do you have a concern about it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
All right. Okay, any other questions for Patrick? Thank you very much, Patrick. Any other discussion, or if not, is there a motion to approve or to deny?
I'd like to make a motion to approve Neptune Inn CPD 2310 and 2316 at 2320 Estero Boulevard. And the ordinance number is not complete on there, but whatever you want me to put on the record to recommend that approval.
Is there a second for the motion?
Second, Sudis.
Okay, there's a second from Don. So, I'm gonna surprise people and tell you that I'm gonna support this motion, and I'm sorry, Ron. I have liked this project from the first time I saw it. It's too high, it's probably too dense, but to, the overachiever designer, you did a tremendous job. You did a tremendous job in all the details that you noted. You did a tremendous job to make this a very palatable project for Fort Myers Beach. I, Jim, would like you to add to your motion a condition that memorializes the pages, I think it's 43 to 48 as far as public benefits, and 18 to 26 are all these are all things in the staff, in the presentation that
Yeah.
memorialize these details for us, and also that outdoor entertainment will be addressed, I'd like that to be.
Put
I'm
in
sorry.
the conditions of approval either.
Yes, I'd like that to be in the conditions of approval. Do you agree, Jen?
I do, if I could just get council's reaction, we do have noise ordinances on the books?
We
that
do,
have
and
to
it
be
doesn't
complied with?
work. It doesn't work. It puts the onus, it'll put the onus on Susan. It'll put the onus on the
Right.
and the onus should be on the property owner.
Making sure that we don't try to represent that we can put something more restrictive, and is
No.
it enforceable, is the only reason I'm asking the council.
I would just, oh, you're asking that council?
Yeah.
Okay. Got the only council that exists
Yeah,
here. Got it.
At
Make
this
sure it's
point-
legitimate so we can enforce it.
At this point, I would not recommend putting in any specific condition. However, you could put something in very general, applying or compliance with all Town of Fort Myers Beach Code ordinances, including but not limited to the noise ordinance. If there are changes made to the noise ordinance where it can be enhanced and strengthened, then it would be covered.
We do put restrictions on live music,
Time.
Hours and.
Hours,
time,
and maybe the
type of
council will get
music,
into
no
that.
drums, all that sort of stuff. There's ways that we can do that.
I'd be glad to amend the motion, Anita, with those criteria. I think it's advisable for the applicant between now and council, as you're talking about, to bring some sort of a plan,
plan.
since it was not addressed. But happy to do that. if
Do you agree, Don?
I do.
Okay, all right. So anybody that thinks that I'm turning my back on the town of Fort Myers Beach, you can come see me at the Islander on Thursday. I'll be there, and I'll explain to you in more detail why I think this was a good idea. Is there any further discussion on this? Jane, do you have anything? Nope. John, anything?
I do have a concern about the density.
Yeah.
But I think the project in general is a net benefit to the island. There's been a lack of protest against this project. I haven't seen a lot of emails and letters.
No.
And in fact, I've seen support from their direct neighbors, so I'm for.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, your vote, Mr. Dunlap?
Aye.
How about you, Don?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
And I am an aye. It passes unanimously through the LPA with Mr. Bowen and Mr. Ekman absent. Okay, thank you. Ron, you can call and yell at me later. Okay, the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is, under the administrative section of the agenda, has to do with the LPA guidelines, and these were just distributed by Nancy. Nancy, you did a yeoman's job of
Like your
weeding
building.
through.
So
reading
we're
through.
not gonna talk about them in
No.
depth today.
Good.
However, at today's meeting, I did observe a few things. There were some issues that came up about voting, remember at the very beginning? So you might want to add some specific language about how you select your chair and your vice chair. There were some issues today about interveners as far as how much participation, maybe set up some guidelines.
Take it outside, man.
Also, a few comments were made regarding continuances, and agenda distribution deadlines, so maybe you come up with something like,
Can you come up with something? Because I agree, that,
well,
by the way, that almost derailed, well, they're not here now, so.
well, you
okay, go
could
ahead.
say something like, anything that is presented after the distribution of the agenda is an automatic continuance.
Right.
That generally does it, but then you still want to have a little wiggle room in case if something actually does need to go forward in your discretion. So you could say then something like with a majority vote of the LPA.
Yes, that's what I was just gonna say,
But
something.
the only thing I would add to that is there's a distinction in my mind, since we have this 2-week window now that we've established, between something added after deadline and something added at the day of the meeting.
Yeah.
And those are just not equal. So if we get the chance to opine on something that's being added after the deadline, I think that's fair. I don't think we ought to allow anything to come the day of the meeting without triggering some sort of invalidation of the conversation.
Yes, except for sometimes there's little things that come up and nobody knew about it. Staff didn't know about it, the applicant didn't know about it, something that maybe a member of the public raises. You may still want to keep that flexibility in your discretion to continue to move forward
Okay.
with that, a little bit of more information, but it would be discretionary.
But you're indicating that formally, a formality of the process will be, it'll be an automatic vote at the beginning of the meeting, recognizing that something has been added, which I'm fine with, and therefore, should we continue or not, without having a chance to review it yet.
Yeah, that's an option that you have. And
Was
I'd
Howard
like you to
having a
think about
chance to
it.
review it?
We would have just gotten it. It may have just been handed to us, and that's why I think the distinction with the difference is,
That's
if
a
it comes
huge
that late,
difference.
yeah.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's,
Somebody email that to me as well?
Yeah, we sure will.
it's not as transparent for the public
Oh,
either.
okay, bye,
Exactly.
Dawn.
I mean, Amy,
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Amy
For
makes
the
avail-
record, Dawn Suddeth is out of the house, leaving the building.
so Amy
Quorum.
makes available copies of things that she receives for those in the public that would like to see what handouts you're getting.
Yeah.
But, this would be after the fact. This would be after the packet is distributed, but it is part of the presentation that's given.
I just don't think it'll ever be given, and I get that distinction of handout when people come in. I think those are fine in so many ways. They enhance the details in the presentation and all that. And they're taking the risk whether or not we'll consider it or not in our individual minds, because it came late, we can't process it or even validate it.
Right, right.
And that to me is different. And by the way, I'm only talking about the applicant bringing something,
Yes,
not the general public and
Me
not any of
too.
those comments.
Somebody coming
So
in
the
with a
emails
drawing.
are fine
Right,
and
okay.
that kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Oh,
You
Yeah.
agree, Anita?
ah, you do, totally agree.
Okay, and
It
then,
isn't- yeah,
but think
go
about
ahead.
it, until the next meeting. And then the last thing I had was, you may want to consider adding some kind of stop time. Because today your meeting went very, very long and, others had to leave.
How about it, not just our stop time, but having a proposal. I mean, I told Patrick in the break, you gotta jump that up, because that was just, their presentation was too long. But I understand that they also, for their
Record.
people, they need to construct the record, so.
Correct.
Maybe there would be a good idea, and I've seen it in other jurisdictions, where the applicant says, it's going to take us 1 hour. Our time is this. And when it gets that way, they know they've got some constrict to their, so maybe that's something to consider, I don't know. These cases are important, and this work that we're doing, hopefully it's important, and,
So there's kind of a hard stop for members of the public at 3 minutes. I mean, sometimes they go over a little bit more. Sometimes you take a vote to allow
Yes,
additional
yes,
time.
Yes,
Um,
and
so
if there are
you-
only 2 speakers as opposed to 200.
Yes, and you
Yes.
may want to consider that for your applicants as well, or your interveners, but also for your meeting as a whole. I have seen in other jurisdictions that they'll say, we stop at 12 o'clock, and any item that's not addressed by 12 basically gets pushed over to the next meeting.
And how do you all feel about that?
I think the Q&A could cause that to deteriorate quickly if we get
Yes.
in more details. I don't think
Yeah.
that's fair to us, let alone fair to them. I agree with your intention, but what I think we have to coach and encourage people is that keep these things to a certain parameter of this, allow us time to interact with you, because if you take all that time, we either have less interest in delving into things because time's going on, or we can get a chance at all to get deeply into 2 or 3 things we might really want to go into. So I think putting out some guidelines about encouraging presentations to be this, I've heard some people preparing to present to us for 6 hours. It hasn't
wow.
come yet,
Yes,
but
me
I've
too.
heard that. I've heard that exact presentation.
Well, do you remember when you had your pool presentation years and years and years ago? And I said, Jane, more is not more. Less is more. Less is more. You've hit it, so.
So I think guidelines would be
Yes, I agree.
great, knowing that we can push a pause button and delve into it as deeply as we choose to.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Thanks, Nancy.
Again, come back to me in December with whichever direction you want to go, and we'll try to get it in there.
So a little nit, if I can, while we have just one more moment with this, because you're going to ask us at some point to opine on it. You made me read these things when I first joined, so I recall it's still in there. Can you just take a second and indicate whether or not there's any criteria or validation to the school board member inclusion in zoning and changes, and whether or not that officially happens? Can somebody object after
So
the fact?
they are, the school board is an ex parte, or not ex parte, ex officio member of your LPA.
Right.
And
Never has it ever occurred.
Never.
they generally are put on notice when there's a change in density. My understanding is that they get a copy of our agenda, or at least somebody
Do you
from the
think that's
school
probably
board.
still happening?
No.
I don't know.
Can't be. I'm just saying, somebody will trigger something sometime about something.
Yeah.
And
When it
either we-
comes to the school,
That'll
that's
be
the
it.
only reason.
So
That'll be it.
I-
That's the only reason.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
You know, working in other jurisdictions, I've been in jurisdictions where every meeting a school board member is present. I've been in jurisdictions where every once in a while someone shows up. And I've been in meetings just like yours where
Never.
we don't know if they're reviewing the agendas, you know, outside and then have no comment.
In the public realm, you mean, versus being actually sent one?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just don't want, that day will come, and you're very good at this, when somebody's gonna pick that moment and we're into the final stages of something very important, and there'll be a difference of opinion, whether it's political or real. And we gotta have, just like we do notices, have our defenses prepared, or not include that in our operating. Is it by statute we have to or something?
Yes, it is by statute.
Okay.
Sarah, do you want to comment on past practice?
I don't wanna take us down the path if you want time, but it's just in there
No.
still, and I just. wanted to-
I don't interact with the school
Okay.
board, so.
So I'm not sure who the school board person would even be. We have
Because
not
never has it
previously-
happened.
No, but I have worked in communities where a school board person was also included on all, like, whenever packets went out.
Maybe we can
They
just
didn't-
clean up
they
the
didn't
communication, that protocol.
Usually it was
Be
an
done with it.
electronic or maybe just notification the agenda was available.
Mhm.
And then if we needed comment, you know, if there was a large development happening, if we needed comment, we would make sure that we reached out to that school board person. We haven't had any instances of large developments that are residential in nature, so that hasn't been an issue, you know, like large increases.
Or
So.
huge subdivision going in,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So we haven't really had anything like that. Everything we've had has been resort or replacement.
And,
Okay.
and we would assume that they're kind of monitoring.
All right,
You assume. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go along with that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the public benefits section that you did, Judith. I just have one question for everyone here, because I did not intend this, but maybe you all did. I did not intend for these, ideas to be specific only to a development agreement or CPD. I thought that they would become definitions, and that those definitions would be whether we were talking about a bayfront home or we were talking about a large-scale development. Am I wrong?
Agree completely, it ought to be in the lexicon, not specific to a particular type of legislation. That was my feeling too.
Did you all think that?
I didn't see any distinction between development agreement and
There you go.
CPD.
Okay, so you have a couple of spots in here where you mentioned specifically pertaining to a development agreement or
Yeah, I understand
pertaining-
why, but.
And, yes, I do too, but I did not think that, did you think that? I did not
No.
think that was our discussion. I thought
Okay.
our discussion was, we're going to talk about what this means, like, in theory. And Jim's word, put it into the lexicon of Fort Myers
That's
Beach. So
right.
somebody says, what's a public benefit? And we can tell them.
Okay, well, when we were having the conversation, so I made the memo based on my notes, and we were talking about the development agreements and
Yep.
the special benefit
Yep.
language there, and so
Yep.
that's why I
I
did
know,
like that.
I figured that was it, but I just wanted to make sure, because we're gonna be talking about this tomorrow, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't on a different page than the rest of these folks are.
Okay.
Tomorrow we
Yeah,
have a meeting
8:30.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
8:30
8:30,
council.
not 9 o'clock, 8:30.
8:30.
There you go, 8:30.
And
Yeah.
if you take a look at the agenda for tomorrow, I had also attempted to summarize the town council's thoughts
Yeah.
from their
Email.
meeting into that memo, so we can certainly clarify at the beginning of the meeting if
Great.
Thank you so much.
I misunderstood.
I appreciated it, I appreciated it. Okay,
I don't-
LPAs,
I don't have anything from an email.
well, we do have a meeting tomorrow at 8:30 AM. And there was an email sent out by Amy, asking, if everyone was available. I don't know if you responded or not, cause I don't know that.
The
but-
agenda went out this morning on
Yeah, I
it
saw
too.
it.
Yep. Okay, LPA's items, John, do you have anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
How about you, Jane?
No. Oh, no.
Jim?
I have 8 or 10 items, but I really don't, so I'm fine.
Okay, and Nancy, anything from you?
No, thank you.
Anything from you guys, Judith or Sarah? Okay, so,
Our special meeting now, huh?
our special meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30 will
No,
be
December
here.
3rd.
Oh, our special meeting,
the
yes.
upcoming
Is that confirmed? Oh, this is not my phone. Is that
Yes.
confirmed? Okay. So our special meeting will be December 3rd. What's next for us to look
There you
forward
go.
to? Just go ahead and let us stir up the anxiety now.
Well, our special meeting is going to be focused primarily on,
We're talking about the additional meeting in December.
Yeah.
The additional
Pink
meeting.
Shell, I'm sure will be there. In fact, I think our continuance was continued on.
It was continued
So,
to
yeah,
that
one
date.
of the items is gonna be the pink shell, that was continued today. I believe the arches will be coming up shortly. Sorry, I had to double check on an item. Hold on one second, I'm trying to get
No
the
problem.
schedule to open for us. So, coming up, we will have Lonnie Kai paid parking lot. And so that's a special exception and variances. The Arches CPD will be coming up, that's a CPD. Estero Beach Club, work in the EC, so special exception. Another special exception, it looks like your December 3rd meeting will be primarily, special exception items, so that you can kinda get the size of the agenda whittled down. So on the 10th, we're gonna have the larger items,
Okay.
but at the 3rd, we'll probably cover
Okay.
like all the smaller items.
Okay, great, great, great.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Sarah.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else from anyone?
Motion adjourned.